All right, welcome in, welcome in. Those on YouTube, you're going to be watching this pre-recorded live on TikTok. Those on TikTok, welcome in. If you can tap the screen, we want to get the likes up. Welcome in, A-Row, if you can help get the likes up. We want to get it to 10K within the first 10 minutes. Again, welcome in. We want to get the likes up to 10K within the first 10 minutes. And today we have some great topics discussing the things that I continue to hear from men online. So we want to talk about it today. Today I want to talk about the things I continue to hear from men online. Those requesting up, I'm literally just getting started. We're on 0 likes. So yeah, we want to tap the screen before I start letting people up. I see like 3 people requesting up. But yeah, we're just getting started. So I would need you to tap the screen first. Also send a daily heart me if you haven't sent a daily heart me. Doug, thanks for the gift, but I need you to tap the screen for we could get the show started. So again, these are some of the things I'm hearing from the men online. And today, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Shishi, welcome in. Thanks for tapping the screen. If everyone can join Shishi. We're going to discuss it because I continue to hear from men, especially online, that they do not feel appreciated. So we're going to get to the bottom of this today. First topic, men don't feel appreciated. Again, men don't feel appreciated. Love to hear you guys' thoughts on that. Is this something that men are just saying to cover up some of the destructive behaviors that they do, or is there really some truth to this? Missing something says interesting topics. Let's go to the second one. The good men are being overlooked. I continue to hear, I even have a clip on my page with a man singing, "She keeps on passing me by," an old school, saying that, hey, the good men are being passed by and overlooked. Is there any truth to this, or is this just something being said as a rebut to men keeping themselves accountable? I would love to hear y'all thoughts on this. Let's continue to tap. We're at 180. Marie, welcome in. If everyone can help tap the screen. Next topic. Those who are requesting up, share the live. Send a daily heart me. I'm going to let you up in a moment. We got to get the taps up first. We got to at least get people to know I'm even live. It's only been like, 2 minutes? People need to know I'm even live before I can start letting people up. Third topic, feminists are competing with men. Thank you for the gifts. Appreciate the gifts. Feminists are competing with men. Love to hear y'all thoughts on that. This is a new one that I'm starting to hear, that feminists are not just trying to get their equal rights as human beings, as women. They're actually just competing with men. Love to hear you guys' thoughts concerning this topic. As you should know, if you've been to my live, if you're new here, you don't know this, so please listen up. I do not police my panel. Everyone is welcome to the panel to give their take. Everyone is welcomed up to the panel to give their take. But for now, we want to continue tapping the screen. Marie, Shishi, Icy Mike, you're a regular here. If you can subscribe, that'll be great. Let's go ahead and get the likes up. If you guys can help us get it to 10K. Again, feminists are competing with men. We need to know, what is your thoughts on this topic? Last topic, women pay for dates if you're not sleeping with him after. Again, I continue to hear that men feel like they're being used just for a woman to eat. They're being used on these dates to be taken, for these women to be taken to fancy places, but the dates aren't genuine. So let's talk about it. Women pay for dates if you're not sleeping with him after. A lot of men say they're going on the dates, the women are leading them on. They're just using them and they're not putting out. So let's talk about it. You guys, we're at 362. I see a lot of people commenting, which is great. But we actually have to get to the conversation. So we need to get the likes up. So if we can get some people tapping, I'll start bringing people up after we get to a certain amount of likes. Bridget, if you can help tap, there's a lot of new people here, the regular people. Could you help us get the likes? Original Queen, you come here a lot. If you can subscribe or at least send a daily heart me, that would be great. Mandine, you're a regular. Can you guys help us get the likes up so we can get the show started? Welcome in, Lonely, Miss Peaky, thank you. Frequency, thank you. Jin, thank you. Let's get the likes up to 10K. Women pay for dates if you're not sleeping with him after. Should a woman pay for dates if they are not sexually interested with the man? Do not plan on putting out anytime soon. Should they not? Because men often say, "Hey, if you want my money, then I should be able to have your body." This is what the men are saying. This is what men say. So they feel like if they're paying for stuff, they should have access. A lot of men I've heard say this. So should women just pay for the date then if they don't plan on, doing anything? Let's talk about it. Mods, as you come in, if you can start dropping announcements for the new guests. My panel is about standing on business. I'm not going to police you on the actual prompt. Like, you can give your take. Mods, as you come in, please send a daily heart me. New mods, as soon as you come in, you should have been sent a daily heart me and start dropping mod announcements. Hello, welcome in.
Hello.
All right, so let's go through the prompt. If you could read them out one at a time. Once you read them, you can answer it one at a time.
Men don't feel appreciated. I can concur that some men may feel that way. The good men are being overlooked.
Okay, wait, hold on. You said some men may feel that way. Do you think it's a majority or a low percentage? Do you
Um,
think it's a majority or a low percentage?
I'm gonna say I'm gonna play along and say it's the majority.
Okay, and why don't they feel appreciated?
I think that they might feel that they are not how they want to be appreciated or how they want to someone to appreciate them. I think they're feeling that they are not getting what they wish rather than just communicate what they wish appreciation looks like for them.
And do you think it's a fair assessment that they're not appreciated the way they're feeling? Is that a fair assessment?
I cannot speak to that because I've been happily married for 25 years, so my husband doesn't have that issue. Right?
No.
Right. Talk your stuff.
Okay, Flash, give me a second because you just came up. Please have some decorum on the panel. If you can
Yes,
mute
ma'am.
your mic. Foxy, you said that you believe that a lot of them feel like they're not appreciated, and you gave a reason why. So Do you feel that their reason why is a fair assessment?
I think in their mind, I think they think it's a fair assessment.
But you don't think so.
No, to some degree, I don't.
Okay, you don't. All right, let's go to the next one. I just wanted to get more of an informative answer so people can respond to you.
Right. The good men are being overlooked. I definitely don't believe that. Because good men that are out there, they are apparent. I think men are classifying themselves as good men, and they really may not be good men.
I'm sorry.
I think some men may be classifying themselves as good men, and they are actually not good men.
Do
But
you think? Do you think that?
the men that are good men are married. Good men are married.
That's interesting. The good men are married. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Is there a certain cutoff, like a certain age, that by a certain age, if you're a good man, you should be married? What age is that?
I'm not gonna
Because you can't say that then, because otherwise, people are kids, people are young adults. Like you have to have an age. So, what age would you say the good men are married at?
I will say this. If you're 40 and you're claiming yourself to be a good man and you have been in a multiplicity of relationships, I think you might be thinking, I don't think that I think you're overinflating your I would use that as a baseline, right?
Okay, so the baseline is 40, that if you're a good man and you're over 40, you're probably not a good man. Now, with that being said, some would say, like, if we were to go by that ideology, that the good man at 40, well, once a man hits 40, he basically hit the wall if he hasn't got married.
Um, when you say hit the wall, I'm not understanding what you mean by that.
Well, it's I guess you can call it a slogan. If you're not familiar with it, that's fine. But those who know, know. But that's a very interesting take. I will say that. By 40, if they're not married, they're probably not a good man.
A
Um,
good man wouldn't
Hold
remarry
on,
because he was
method
widowed.
man, you're gonna have your turn. You're gonna have your turn. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let everyone answer the prompt, and you can respond to anything that was said when it's your turn. You don't have to wait till open panel. We'll do it that way today. Um, Foxy, so you answered the first two. Let's go to the next one.
Feminists are competing with men. No, we're not competing with men.
You
Um,
said we're not, so you're a feminist.
say what?
You said we're not competing with men, so that means you're a feminist.
I would classify myself technically as a womanist, but I'm not competing with men. Now in the job market, yeah, but I'm not competing with my husband. I don't have to do that.
Okay.
Anybody else in the job market? Yes, I'm competing with you, right? So then be better than me, or like either compete or don't.
Interesting. Now, for you to classify yourself as a feminist and you're married, you really provoke the thought of a lot of feminists are married, and I actually have a prompt about that. They say feminists are trying to separate themselves from men, but it seems like a lot of them are actually married. But yeah, let me say this before I come back to you, Foxy. Everyone on the panel and in the comments can go ahead and tap the screen. Let's get it to 10K, you guys. We're enjoying the show so far. We're just getting started. Let's keep the live engaged. Gift the panel. Gift who you agree with. If you agree with Foxy, gift her. If you're liking the show, gift myself. Support the live goal. Send a daily heart me. Let's keep the live engaged. Those who just came up, please share the live out like Loner's doing. But go ahead, Foxy.
Women pay for dates if you're not sleeping. as a prior to it, Bentley, Sir Bentley, stop. Let me say this. Yes, I will say this. I'm going to pay for my date because I'm not going to give you a man any opportunity to have the appearance that thinks that I'm obligated to you. So if you want to date me and we are going on a date and you want to get to know me, then yes, so that you don't feel that you have some misaligned power dynamic over me, I'll pay for my own date. I sure will. I sure will. And I have.
Go ahead.
And I have.
Did you pay for the dates when you first started dating your husband?
I didn't have to. But I've taken him on a date.
What do you mean by you didn't have to?
I didn't have to. I'll say this. I've been happily married for 25 years. So the landscape was different. Right? It was very different. Men are different. The men are different.
Okay. All right.
That's a fact.
Well, the interesting thing is you said that you would pay for a date so a man wouldn't feel obligated to you, but then again, you said that you actually didn't pay for the date.
What I said was specifically if a man wanted to feel like he had some leverage or power over me, right? My husband, when he met me, he didn't give me that energy. But I can tell you.
If you're saying so, it depends on how that man behaves.
Exactly. Everything, there's nuance to everything. I know we like to talk in generalities, right? I know we do. But the nuance is how two people interact with each other, right? It is how we interact with each other. If we interact with each other from an intentionality perspective, right? My husband was intentional. Like he knew that he liked me.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So I didn't have to do that. But I did reciprocate and pay. But again, I did reciprocate later on. I did pay for a date. I have paid for a date for us because that's the type of relationship that we have. That was the foundation of what we are now, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you, Foxy, for answering the prompt. If you don't mind, please share the live out to 20 people. I'm going to go to the next person. If anyone addresses you, you can respond to them. Method, let's go through the prompt.
All right. How you doing? Men don't feel appreciated. Honestly, I got a lot of friends and family members that do feel this way, but I also got people such as myself. I've been married since I was 20. I'm 27 now. Happily married. We have 2 kids. I've never felt belittled or none like that. I rock with my girl. She rock with me. But I do have a lot of friends, man, where they're like kind of like hopeless in a way, like they don't want to go out to meet them. They don't want to do anything really. So I don't think it's just women. I think you gotta get yourself out there, But I don't know. I think a lot of it has to do with the modern woman doesn't really want a guy that's building, honestly, and I have seen that too. Not every woman, obviously. That woman made a good point about the nuances and stuff. Like,
hold on. Unless you're like rebutting her or like, if you're rebutting or disagreeing with her, let's do that after you answer the prompt.
I mean, I'm just using her as a quick example. I wasn't even gonna.
No, that's
bring
fine.
that on.
I always encourage guests to just give us your thoughts alone, because then otherwise people start saying, "Well, I believe what they said," or "I believe what they said," and then we don't get an informative answer on your own perspective and your own words. So if you don't mind, just go ahead and finish what you were saying, because I felt that was very interesting. You said a lot of men around you don't feel appreciated. It's because of these modern women, or something to that effect.
Yeah, I got some friends that feel that just lonely. You know, there's a lonely male epidemic right now. Apparently, I can't confirm or deny, but apparently statistically, there's a huge lonely male epidemic going on right now, and I mean that has to factor into that. I don't want to drag on too much. Let's go to the next one. The good men are being overlooked.
Well, hold on. Do you believe you're affected by the lonely male epidemic?
Of course not. I have a wife.
Okay, but you just pretty much are advocating for other men that are going through that.
Yeah, like I see it.
Okay.
I see it.
All right,
Um,
let's go to the next one.
yes, ma'am. The good men are being overlooked. Eh, I mean, that's just the. I'm not even trying to start a whole new debate over here, but I mean that really depends on your own definition of a good man. Um, you know, there's a lot of dudes out here doing whatever, and in their head they're still a good man, but obviously that ain't the case, and vice versa. There's guys that think they don't do enough, and honestly, they're like picture perfect in every way when it comes to like paying bills and stuff like that.
Hold on 1 second. 24 Abel, I'm gonna drop you because you're not muting your mic. So you could request back up and mute your mic.
I appreciate that. Um, the good men are being overlooked. Okay, but to answer the prompt,
Well, okay,
100% how
so
I feel.
the good men are being overlooked. You said that some men may feel that way, and then other men, they are just kind of not really good guys. Do you
Yeah, yeah,
think
yeah.
that's
Like
like a
I think it goes
50-50
both ways.
thing? Do you think it's a higher percentage of men being overlooked or a higher percentage of men claiming that they're overlooked, but they're really just not good guys?
I think there's more guys that think they're good but they're not.
Mm,
Because man, we got that single mother epidemic right now. You can't tell me every woman out there is insane, crazy, and all that, bro. It gotta be like at least worst case scenario. It gotta be at least like 30% on the male. Like it can't be 100%. Oh, like all these baby moms are just like they gotta be something in the water for that to happen, bro. But
very interesting take. Like there has to be something that there for all these women to be saying what they're saying.
yeah, I
Has
feel that.
truth to it. Okay. You want to go to the next one?
Yeah, we can. What's the next one? Feminists are. I got
Competing.
somebody's avatar blocking that c word. What is it? Competing?
Competing. Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. Feminists are competing with men. Man, that's something I can't even talk about. And if I were to talk about it, I'm just lying out my teeth because, like I said, I've been married since I was 20. I haven't been competing with nobody. I haven't seen feminists competing to get me because I've been taking so long. So I can't even say anything about that. Let me go on to
What
women
about your
pay.
observations? Because even if you're married, doesn't make you blind to the world.
I mean, that's a fair point. Let me see. Feminists competing with men. I mean, in what way?
Up for or Cash App for questions.
So just
Oh, I thought I
go
got
ahead and
kicked.
give your take. You guys, let's get the likes up. Everyone can tap, even if you're on the panel. But yeah, I guess if you really don't have an answer to the point you're gonna just ask a question, go ahead. Let's go to the next one.
Yeah, but I don't even know. Like, women pay for dates if you're not sleeping with him after. Hold on. Women pay for dates if you're saying
So it's
that.
just saying women pay for the dates if you're not sleeping with him after.
I mean, I guess I don't really see it that way. I just see it as you were trying to see something, it didn't work out, and y'all went on y'all's way. Most of the time, I mean, there's dudes out there that really take advantage. Same thing with women, but yeah, I mean, most of the time, I think it just didn't work out. Whoever paid for that date paid. That's it. You took a L.
Okay. Well, I love to hear more. You were saying something about Foxy. You could go ahead and give your response if you would like, or you wanted to agree with something she said. You can go ahead.
Oh no, no, no! Like literally, like it's like I was saying before. I was just using her like her example, like real quick, of just how she was saying about the, every not every example is like the same exactly. Everything has nuance to it. Everything has different variables, stuff like that. And I was just agreeing with them. You can move on to the next person. I just want to hear everybody else's thoughts.
Okay, sure. You could respond more in open panel. Loner, welcome up. You could go through the prompt.
Yeah.
Ava, follow me on mod announcements. It's really easy. Just do it the same way I'm doing them. Go ahead, Loner.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that there are some men that don't feel appreciated, but I think the majority are just ungrateful. Um, yeah, that's how I feel about that situation. The good men
I'm
are
sorry. Oh, which one were you answering?
men don't feel appreciated.
Okay, what was your answer?
So my answer was that some men probably don't feel appreciated, but also that men are ungrateful because they don't even acknowledge the contributions that women have made for them.
Could you expound on that?
Um, so what it is that women have done a lot um, in providing and protecting their family alongside with men, right? But men don't acknowledge that, right? Men don't acknowledge women sacrificing their whole livelihood for the family, for their children, raising their children, right? Uh, I think that men have this privilege, this innate privilege of being the leader, even if you're not qualified to be the leader, right? Of being the so-called person in charge, even if you're not qualified. So I think that even if you look at certain examples, right? Men have always had a step ahead of women. They're able to work, build their careers, do what they want to do. While women, we were taught to basically stay in the household, serve your man, and
Typical single
be
mom garbage. Try to be
so.
open minded.
No, but I'm just saying that this was
Well, hold
generations,
on.
right?
She gets to answer the prompt fully, and then anyone can rebut her. That's how we're gonna do it. After
I'm
you answer the
right.
hold on, because someone was rebutting you. After she answers the prompt completely, then she can rebut someone, and someone can rebut and respond her. That way, we don't have to wait till open panel to be able to respond to people.
Okay, I'm sorry. I might just be long-winded. Oh,
No, you're not long-winded. You're fine. I'm just letting him know he needs to wait to rebut you.
right, exactly. But I'm just saying that for generations, women have always been overlooked. So men don't even acknowledge the contributions that women have made alongside of them, right? Men don't even acknowledge that women are the ones raising them. But they say that they are the leaders and the protectors, but women are the ones raising them, right? So a lot of the times women get overlooked. So I think that there are some men that probably don't feel appreciated, but the majority, they're just ungrateful, right? They just don't acknowledge what privilege they have in society. The good men are being overlooked. Um, no. I think there's no such thing as a good man, right? I don't think that men are bad or good. I think that they just do good things and they do bad things, right? So a lot of the times when these men get older, they have basically like you said hit the wall because they have smashed everything walking. You done smashed everything walking, sir. You don't know how to be committed. You don't know how to be in a long-term relationship because you are looking for something that a woman cannot give to you that you have to give to yourself. So I think that these men, honestly, I think they need to be alone with themselves and to internalize all of their struggles and hardships and everything that society they say that society has punched down on men. Well, y'all need to be alone and stop chasing after women. then. If y'all are going through this depression, single, loneliness, y'all need to just gather yourselves and be alone and be okay with being alone, because along the roads with all these women that you have smashed, you have also broken a lot of hearts. You have also broken a lot of families. So I think, yeah, y'all need to just sit down. Feminists are competing with men. You cannot compete where you don't compare. I don't think that men compare to women at all, personally. So I don't think that women need to compete with a man. I think that a lot of the times men are competing with women, right? Because they say now that they want women to propose to them, right? They want women to take them out. Sir, I'm not taking you out. I'll take myself out for all that. I'm not taking you out. I don't even like you. Why would I take you out? Right? You pursuing me, but want me to take you out on a date. Yeah, okay. But yeah, women, I don't think women should be paying for dates at all. That's the problem. I think that women are too nice. I think that women need to take our power back. Stop trying to appease to these men, because y'all are flooding the dating pool with men who don't do shit. Y'all are flooding the dating pool with poor men. These men want to Netflix and chill. I don't want to Netflix and chill with you at your roach infested house. No, I'm good. Like, I think that's the problem. I think men think they are the prize now. Y'all are not the prize. So sorry to tell y'all. Women, we're okay with being alone and keeping our legs closed. Y'all want access to the box. If y'all want access to the box, at least get up and do something. You can't pay for a $40 date. You can't pay for a $50 date. Sir, if you can't pay for a $40 date, then you shouldn't be dating at all.
What kind of men are you interacting with?
No, I'm just saying for the question. I've never had to pay for a date in
Well,
my
hold on.
life.
Please don't
I've
respond to him. You guys, you got to cash up if you're going to ask questions on the
I've never
panel.
had to pay for a date in my
Hold
life,
on. Let
sir.
me make sure this is clear to everyone. You have to cash app if you're going to ask questions on the panel. It's a win-win. You support the platform and your question gets platformed. Um, Everyone else, if you can share the live out. I'm waiting for Method Man to share the live out to 20 people. Loner, you could go ahead and land, and if you, and I know you shared the live out.
Yeah, but yeah, I've never had to pay for a date. I wouldn't even go out with a man if I had to pay for the date. I wouldn't even go out with you. I'd rather just kick it at home for all that and be by myself. My name is Loner for a reason. I'm okay with being alone. A lot of these people are not okay with being alone, and that's the problem. I'd rather be single than deal with a man that I have to tend to all the time, a man that's cheating on me, a man that's abusing me, a man that's not taking care of his family. I'm good.
Okay. Well, it looks like Loner is standing on business. Remember, I don't police the panel, so give your true thoughts. Um, Again, after you answer the prompt, you could respond or rebut anyone if you would like to. Flash, go ahead.
So if we want to respond to Loner,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
wait
go
for later.
ahead. You want to respond to her? Go ahead.
Man, hey, what
Yeah,
kind of
you
men
got
you
bro.
interacting
Well, you
with, bro?
gotta cash out first if you're gonna just ask a question, though. Support the platform if you're gonna do questions, but if you just
Nah, I just wait for the open panel.
okay. Flash, go ahead and answer the prompt.
I think he gone.
He's there. He's just not unmuting. Flash, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I bet. So, do men don't feel appreciated? Men? Yeah, no, we feel appreciated for sure,
Okay.
right? I don't know what a non-man is. I do, but like I don't know them, right? Men that I know absolutely feel appreciated 100%, not a question. I asked my wife, my fiance, right? Is it okay if I get on this panel and talk about this? She gave me the green light, right? because I don't normally get on here and talk about these things. So yeah, men don't feel appreciated. Nah, I disagree. We do, we do. So go to
Okay.
the next. The good men are overlooked. Now that I would say I agree with, right? The good men are overlooked at the younger generation. So my wife's her son, he's 20,
But
he's
we're
20,
talking
just
about
turned 20.
grown-ups. We're talking about grown-ups. That's why it says
Well,
men.
he's 20. He's well, yeah. Well, 20's a man, right?
Oh,
Like
that's
18's a man,
fine.
right?
I thought you were gonna go to high school or something.
No, 20's a man. No, he's in college. He's doing his thing. He's cancer research, running a lab. Solid young man. Does he get overlooked by women? Absolutely. Why? Because he's smart. He ain't out here wearing two chains and whatever the fuck. Right? Pardon my language. So moving on to the next. A lot of women these days love the man, that bad boy image. But see, I was 22 though. Right? I was 20. So I get it. Women set the trend. When I was growing up, women set the trend. You know why I listen to R. Kelly, yo? Because the women in my generation listen to R. Kelly. You know what I mean? That's why men wasn't just sitting there like, yo, you know what? I want to put on R. Kelly. We put that on for y'all, right? Feminists are competing with men. That part I agree with 100%, right? Actually, I think feminists are arguing that men should be winning. And I'm just going to be 100% honest with y'all. I don't know why what men in women's sports. I don't know why women would what men in women's bathrooms. There's a lot of things that feminists are doing that are hurting women's causes. It ain't just about men. Men are starting to slide into y'all spaces low key. Now, yeah, facts 101 for women pay for days. Nah, I don't agree with that. I don't even care. Not even if they even get. If I'm not getting nothing, I don't care. I'm still paying. It is what it is, dog. Men should always be gentlemen. When you take a woman out, you open the door for her. You know what I mean? And that's
Okay.
just a fact, right?
Okay, I like that. I like that last thing you just said. If you can share the live out to 20 people. You guys, after everyone answer the prompt, we're gonna go to open panel. We want to get it to 20K before open panel. Ava, if you can go through the prompt.
Absolutely, thank you. Men don't feel appreciated. So I agree with this statement, but I believe that it's kind of in a different way. So I believe men don't feel appreciated because women nowadays know how to, or what appreciates them. As what I mean by that is women know that, you know, I wish I can give an example. So women know what the things are that appreciates them. They know what they like. They know what they basically are about. They know what they desire, and they can give them what they can give themselves what they desire. They can give they don't have to settle for the bare minimum because they have the option for higher. They have the option to get a better man. They have the option to find a more quote unquote successful man. But whatever the case is that they want, they know that now. They don't have to wait. They don't have to settle, in other words. So that's for the first one. The good men are being overlooked. Absolutely, absolutely, especially in the world where so many, where social media has, given the impression, not the impression, but has shown the downside of dating, the downside of some of these men out here, that the good men do get overlooked. There are good men out there. There are good men that can provide that. There are good men that can protect. They're being overlooked by the bad men. Feminists are competing with men. Women can compete with men. That's just, I believe that they can't compete with men. Point blank, period. Women pay for dates if you're not sleep. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You shouldn't even be paying for dates even if you are sleeping with them. Absolutely not. I land my plane.
Very interesting. Thanks for standing on business on your points. Thank you, Goofy.
Open panel. Is it open
No,
panel?
we got three more people. Thank you, Goofy Goober, for tapping the screen. Everyone waiting for open panel, please help us get it to 20K. I don't see a lot of people tapping. And make sure you share the live out. I'm still waiting for Flash and Method to share the live out. Abel, go ahead and go through the prompt. You can unmute your mic, Abel. Abel, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I got you. Men don't feel appreciated. Uh, yeah, I feel like that is correct. You know, men don't feel appreciated. You know, because when we talk about men, a lot of people like based off what I heard on this panel, stuff like we don't compare to women and all this other type of stuff. You got to think about it. If you take the man out the world right now, how far will you go? You know what I'm saying? Men
That's
don't
a
feel
quick question.
appreciated because they create everything, and people use what they create and live off of what they create, and they still are not needed. They still got to be, what the lady say, alone. You know what I'm saying? Like things like that. So that's why I say, man, I do agree with that. And can I move on to the next?
Yeah, you could go through the prompt.
Oh, the good men are being overlooked. I will say, yeah. You know, good men being overlooked. I will say that.
Well,
Only to a certain extent,
let me
though.
ask you this really quick. Do you believe it's a high percentage of good men being overlooked?
Yes, I will say that. I will say that. Now, yeah, I will. Only reason why I say that because a good man, like society, take a good man to society is a man who make enough money, or they can pay a lot of things. Like basically, I'm just using things that that I would have said, and even that I heard on the panel just now. Men gotta have some money, you know what I'm saying? But it's a men that don't have a lot of money. It's a men that don't have like a lot of things, and I see they have a great relationship with their wife and their kids. They just, you know what I'm saying? They just, like a lot of panels say, struggle love. You know what I'm saying? They tired of the struggle love. You know what I'm saying? So I will say, yes, it's a high percentage.
Okay, let's
These
go
are
to the
things, you know
next
what I'm saying?
one.
You can
You
see
guys
this, you can see
remember
these things
what
to next
people.
stuff.
Hold on. Remember what people are saying. He thinks it's a high percentage of men being overlooked. When he's done, you could respond if you're going to rebut him, and then we can move on. Abel, you could go to the next one.
All right, and I might be wrong, but like I said, that's just
No,
my
no,
opinion.
no, no. You already said it. Let's move
I ain't
on.
trying to, yeah, I may be wrong, but feminists are competing with men. I do agree with that too. Feminists competing with men because, like I said, uh, women want to do everything a man want to do, have to do. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to
Facts.
go out and drive trucks and be plumbers, be carpenters. We have to be these things, mechanical engineers. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we build everything. You know, the world goes around because of us. But you got a lot of women saying we can do it too. And I'm pretty sure everybody knows.
Is he done?
Flash,
How many
mute
are?
your mic.
Oh,
Abel, go ahead and go to the next one, the last one.
wait, am I muted or no? Can y'all hear me?
Let's see.
No, Flash, you're not
No.
Bro,
muted.
I'm trying to mute. Am I muted now?
No, now you are. Thank you.
Am I? Wait, well, do it again.
Abel, go ahead.
Yeah, women pay for dates if not sleeping. Hold up. Women pay for dates if you're not sleeping with him. I can't speak on that because I don't know nothing about all that. I can't relate to all that.
Okay. Anybody want to rebut anything he said? You can go
Yes,
ahead.
I do. I do because he said that men
I bet
create
the single bot wants
everything.
to rebuttal that.
I I just don't understand why you're talking while I'm trying to speak.
Remember, Ava, remember what I said.
Okay, yeah. So he said that men create everything, and I think that's just very disingenuous to say, especially when women are also the creators of life, right? You just negated everything that women have sacrificed, right? In creating your child, right? And raising you. Sir, you had a mother, a black mother at that. She raised you. Well, I'm not sure about you specifically, but I'm saying the majority of us have been raised by black women, black mothers, or just women in general. So for you to say that men create everything, it's just far beyond me. Men have controlled everything. That's really what it is. Now, men have created wars. They have created greed, right? They have created money and capitalism. They have created mass unalivings.
Whoa,
So
whoa,
they
whoa, whoa,
have
whoa, whoa!
created
I need to push back on
they
that though.
have created
Let her
slavery,
finish.
colonization. Y'all have created a lot of things that get people murked.
Single digit
So
IQ, bro.
and I'm just saying in
I do want
general,
to respond to
y'all
it
have
though.
created great, right? So y'all create a lot of good things, but y'all create
Ava,
a
you
lot
need
of
to go
bad
check
things
my
as
last
well.
message inside
So
the meeting. I'm sorry, Loner. One second.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Ava, you need to check the message because remember what we went over. If it seems like you're not remembering, I don't want to have to discuss that in the middle of a live.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'll be right back.
No problem.
And
Loner, go ahead.
I'm not saying that all men are bad, right? Not all men. I'm not
Thank you,
saying there are a
thank you.
lot of good men. There are a lot of good men, right? My father,
Yeah,
my
the
brother,
majority of us are
good
very
men.
good.
Hold on, stop talking. And this is why I become disrespectful because you're talking over me. For what reason? I allowed all y'all to speak. This is what I'm saying. When women are speaking, y'all talk over us. All the men got to speak uninterrupted.
I
But for
know you
some reason,
crazy.
and you're still speaking over me. It's crazy. But respect me and I'll respect you. But yes, there are a lot of good men. Y'all have created a lot of good things. But let's not negate women and their sacrifices and accomplishments to, to society. Let's not negate that.
Okay. You
Come in and
guys,
explain it.
hold on. Let me remind guests. Remember, this is a free space, free panel to stand on business. I don't over police my space. So whatever you guys choose to do, it's on you. That's why I make the rules that if you want to drop someone, you can drop them. So you can take initiative if you feel like someone is bothering you on the panel, you can drop them, but we don't over police the space. And I'm not responsible for what's said on the panel. The only time I drop someone if they're literally just deliberately not respecting the language of the live. That's the time where I would drop them. If they're using unfriendly TikTok language, I would drop them. Other than that, anyone in the live can drop someone. We don't over police here. I hate when I go to panels and the host is mad, so they just drop me. So I don't do that here. If you guys want to drop someone, you can. Um, with that being said, someone wanted to respond to Loner. You can go ahead, and then we're going to the next guest.
Yeah, I just want to say like in response to that, uh, I mean I understand, women come from they want to, they say they create everything, but like if a farmer have some seeds and he put it in the ground,
Okay, if you're about to ask a
I'm
question
not gonna.
on the platform, you need to send Cash App.
I mean, y'all can have it. Once I say this, y'all can have it. But if a farmer plants seeds in the ground, right? I'm not going to call the ground the creator just because that fruit came out the ground. The farmer is the planter. That's all I want to say. I ain't got nothing to say about that.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Melissa. Melissa, you could go through the prompt. And Abel, go ahead and share the live out to 20 people, please.
Yeah, thank you for
Sorry,
having
Foxy, you got
me.
something to say?
Oh, and I must say, host, this is like the classiest live I've been on. The way you handle your lives is just top one. So thanks for having me.
It
Okay.
does get ratchet sometimes. I don't control the panel, just to give you a heads up.
Okay.
Like
No,
if
but
they
I'm saying the way
start,
you handle it is just so classy, so professional. I love it. But
thank you.
yeah, so it reads, men don't feel appreciated. I would agree with that. I think they don't feel appreciated because what they are expecting from women is never what they want. So a feeling to not feel appreciated doesn't equate to the fact that people are not doing things that are good to you, right? Somebody can not feel grateful. Meanwhile, the things that are being done to them is something that they should be grateful for. So I agree that they are feeling unappreciated, but in actuality, women are going above and beyond. Women have been going above and beyond for men. It's just that what women are now requesting in return, men are not willing to give. And that is only because in the past, women were second class citizens, right? And a lot of the times, men just got to be with a woman for the bare minimum. They just got to have a woman in the home, whether he was a good husband or not, because she had nowhere else to go. So now they are not feeling appreciated because the bare minimum is not cutting it anymore. And, so that's the reason why they don't feel appreciated. The next part says good
Wait,
men.
hold on. Before you go to the next one, Nini, why are you spamming the comments? Nini, could you stop spamming my comments? You keep repeating the same thing over and over. I just don't know what you're doing. Like, what's going on with you? Mods, just mute
I'm
her
pretty
first,
sure that's a bot. Just remove her.
or just block her. Let me see. You guys, let's get it to 20K. I see she was a fairy tapping. You could block her. Or let me block her. She was a fairies tapping. If everyone can join, anyone can tap. Go ahead, Melissa.
Yeah. The next part says good men are being overlooked. Absolutely not. Most men aren't good men. Most men do good acts, like Lona was saying, and a lot of the time it's for
Oh,
their
you been hurt, huh?
interest. A lot of the time it's for their own
Ava, stop
benefit.
doing that.
They try to open doors and take women on dates, but they have the agenda, right? It's just in their nature. So a lot of this good acts that they claim that they do, it's most of the time it's a cover up, and they're not being overlooked. When a man is actually genuinely being truly a good person, women love that. That's what we're asking for, right? So how are they going to be overlooked? There's this perception or narrative that, when a man is like a nerd and he works hard, women don't want him, they want the bad boy, which is not true. Majority of women do not want the bad boy, because the bad boy is going to be bad to you. He's going to cheat on you, he's going to mistreat you. Why would you want a thug versus a good man? So this narrative has to come to an end. I think men push that narrative because they want to be the bad boys, and they want to be like, I'm only a bad boy because women want me like this, which is not true. Women don't want you like that. That's what you want to be. The next part says feminists are competing with men. Absolutely not. Feminists want equality between, the sexes. That's not a competition. To men, it looks like a competition because they don't see women as human beings, as they equal. So for them, it's competing with, what they consider greater, which is them.
No, that's crazy, bro. That's
So
crazy.
that
We
is
serious.
Wait, you
We
gotta
love
let
you.
her finish.
Nah, man, she ain't gonna say we don't see women
Okay,
as human
wait, you
beings.
gotta let her
That's wild.
finish.
so.
If you want to
All
rebut
right,
her, you can.
all right, that's wild though. I'm just saying.
So men are not socialized to see women as their equal. A lot of the times, if you hear another man insulting another man, they use stuff that you would describe a woman as. They would call him a P word, a B word, sassy, DL, whatever the case is, and that really shows that if an insult is used if somebody uses something as an insult,
You went out. Oh, she's. You guys, let's tap. Let's
Here,
keep these
sorry.
lights up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so men are socialized to not like women, right? And that is the reason why when we are, wanting equal rights and we want to be treated fairly and we don't want the bare minimum or we're not going to deal with you, for them that's like a challenge. We're challenging them, right? They want us to just stay in our place and be grateful that we have them in our lives, despite them not really contributing anything to begin with. The next part says women pay for dates if you're not sleeping with him after. Absolutely not. Why would I pay for a date when you asked me out on it? You want to get to know me and I should pay for a date. That really shows them when guys say this, like, oh, if you're not going to give anything after this, then you better, you should be paying for the date. It really shows that nothing that they do is genuine, because if you genuinely wanted to take her on a date and be a gentleman, and pay for the date, now that she doesn't want to sleep with you, you're like, well, then she should have paid for the date. That shows that you taking her to begin with, you had an agenda. Your good acts had an agenda. And now that you didn't get what you wanted to begin with, which is not to get to know her, but to go and sleep with her, right? Now you are upset. Oh, she took advantage of you. She should pay for the date. No, if you approached a woman and asked her out, she doesn't have to pay the date because you asked her out to come with you. It's like if you invite me over to an event or something, you invited me there. Why should I pay? I'm here. You should be glad I'm here to begin with, right? So I think this whole thing with paying for the date really shows where their mind is at. I've never not once paid for a date, and I've never not once approached a man and asked him out on a date, and I will never pay for a date, whether we've been dating for I don't know how long. And even if I slept with you and down to, in the relationship, I'm not paying for no date. You are the man. You should be glad I am in your life to begin with. So yeah, I'll land my plane.
Well, thanks for standing on business. Definitely appreciate that.
Open.
We can get people to to tap the screen. Also, we have a Cash App question. Loner, you could go ahead and do your Cash App question.
Yeah, I just want to say something. Melissa said a word. I agree with all of Melissa's points. Like, she spoke a word. But I wanted to say something to Abel about his point. If a farmer plants something in the ground, right? It's the farmer's seed, and the farmer is the one who, actually develops the seed. But I think that's oversimplifying women and their bodies, right? Women sacrifice, right? Y'all call women incubators, right? That y'all have the seed. No, y'all don't have the seed. Y'all have the fertilizer that activates the seed, right? Women, we actually have the seed, which is the egg. And you activate that egg by implanting your fertilizer within us, right? The sperm. So, and that woman, when she grows that child within her, her whole body changes. Her whole body changes, right? See, men, all they got to do is 2 pumps. They're done,
Bro,
right?
we know
All
this.
men
We
got,
know
all
this.
men, all
I'm
men
a
have to
father,
do
yo. We
is
know
2
this
pumps
work,
and
yo.
they're done. But
When
a
is this getting open
woman,
panel?
stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting
Y'all
me.
over here
No,
bashing
because
us. Whatever.
you can cash app
Let
the
her
host.
ask her
Crazy.
question.
You can cash app the host, because I sent the cash app, so I want to explain my point. So my point is, when y'all keep saying that men are the creators, y'all are negating the sacrifice of women and their bodies, right? When y'all say that women are just plain incubators, y'all are negating that women literally unalive during childbirth, right? We know this to be true. Everything in those 9 months, and trust me, 9 months is a long time, a long period of time of basically giving your whole body to developing and creating a new life. So for y'all to just be
Can I
like,
make
oh,
a
well,
can I counter your argument?
yes, when I'm done, let me
I would love to
finish.
counter your argument.
Damn, you can.
Because 1 out of 3 of them kids ain't
No,
my kid, yo.
wait
Ain't
for
my
her to
kids, yo.
finish,
She
because
did Cash App for
What you talking about?
Hold on.
the
If you ever want to skip, you can Cash App. Otherwise, I go in a particular order. She Cash App for her question or to go in and to be skipped. So support the platform and you kind of make more moves. Other than that, I do have an order where I will get everyone in.
And then
Go ahead.
even after the woman delivers the child, y'all still don't raise or take care of that child, right? Y'all still leave that child behind, right? So y'all are acting like y'all are raising your seeds when you're really not. The single motherhood rate is high. So please miss me with that, oh, we are the creators. No, y'all are really the destroyers.
All right. Thank you, Loner, for supporting the platform. Thank you, guys. We got it to 20K. Let's get it to 30K. That's the goal right now. Also, I see my mods coming in. Gur, you've been modded. You can help start dropping mod announcements. But let's tap the screen and 30 is on you. You can go through the prompt.
First and foremost, how you doing? And I want to say something that I don't rarely hear any of these women say, or even these weirdo guys. Hey, thank you for the gifts. Whoever sent the gifts, I really appreciate that. All right, men don't
We only
feel
got 2
appreciated.
roses, but never
Yeah,
mind.
but it's the thought that counts. Men don't feel appreciated. Men don't feel appreciated. Don't get dropped, Lona. Men don't feel appreciated.
Don't threaten people for drops, please.
All right, okay. Men don't feel
Your word.
appreciated. Okay, let me finish, and I promise you I won't be long. Men don't
Just
feel
do it
appreciated.
if you're about that life. Go
You
ahead.
know I
Hey, yo,
really.
let the man speak, bro. Damn.
Flash, don't do that to. I know you're not talking to me, please.
All right. Men don't feel
Don't do
appreciated.
it.
Right now, I don't feel appreciated at this moment. But in my real personal life, yeah, women that I deal with, well, not anymore, but girls that I deal with, women that I deal with, family members and stuff, things of that sort, they definitely appreciate me, women in my life, cousins, family, and every woman that I've had in my past. So I personally felt appreciated, but I'm going to generalize this. For the most part, from what I see, the men around the world, I understand why they don't feel appreciated, because everything that these women do and take advantage of is because of us. Basically, when it comes to Black American culture, it's because of us. Everything is because of us. Hold that thought, poetic.
Why are you stopping as soon as you see a money pow pow?
All right, so the good men are being overlooked. For the most part, yeah, the good men are being overlooked. I'm still gonna finish my shit though. The good men are definitely being overlooked due to scumbags and women who think like scumbags as well. Feminists are competing with men. Yeah, they want to be men. I want to
Sure the
say
fuck
something to
is.
Flash. I want to say something to Flash's point. He wasn't lying. Most of these women, right? These women, there are femme cells, right? They hate men. They have a misandrous outlook on things. I know
You
that.
guys,
Yep.
there's some things going on. Remember, it's money pow pow to drop. If you want to save a spot, it has to be higher than a money
Yeah.
pow pow.
So basically, for the most part, these feminists, they are definitely trying to compete with men. Um, they want to be able to walk into a man's
Go ahead,
shoes.
Trayvon.
They want to be able to do things that men do, but they don't want to take the
Want to
accountability
box
and the
us?
feedback that comes with being a man. And the problem is, right, most of these women, it's not a choice. Some of them don't have a choice but to be single and bitter and mad because, they don't keep up with themselves. Healthy wise, they shape like round potatoes. You get what I'm saying? And some of them
Jesus.
don't even appreciate what men do for them. They're getting up here complaining about dates, goes into the next point. But guess what? They don't even treat themselves. They wouldn't even take
How much to
themselves on
drop
a
him
date.
again? I forget how much to drop him.
I'm
How much
not
did you
finished.
say?
So if
No,
if a
well,
In
you
man
the
are.
take you
chat,
on a
Loner,
date, right,
please.
and that
We
man pay
gotta
for it,
add
and
the
that man
mods
pay
in
for
the
that
Let the
chat.
date,
man
and you
cook,
don't
Add
give
bro.
the
Let
that
the man
man
mods in
cook.
nothing,
the
there's
chat.
something wrong with you.
If you have
And
a
guess what? You
question
need to pay for
about
that damn
rules in
date
the
and
middle of the
stop being a
show, please
brokey.
add the mods. 30, wait. If you have a question
The
about
problem
the
is, right? I
show,
thought it was an open thing, right? I
30,
thought it was
no,
an
it's
open.
not. Flash, 30 is the last person before open panel. Please stop, Flash. Definitely don't interrupt me. Mods should mute when this box is lit up. Let's let 30 finish. Anyone have questions about the live? That's why I have mods. Please add them in the comments. Don't say it in the middle of the panel if you have questions about rules. 30, go ahead.
So much, it's all love. But for the most part, If you're not giving that man nothing, you don't plan on laying with that man, why waste his time? You just want a free meal. Let's just be real, because you're not taking yourself to Ruth Chris. You're not taking yourself to these steakhouses by your damn self. You just want somebody to pay for it. That means let me know that you want somebody to be a motherfucking pay pig. And that's what most of these women want. They don't want a man. They just want somebody that's going to pay their bills and pay everything. They got to pay for every motherfucking thing. All right, for y'all to be such
All right,
independent,
30,
hard
you answer
women,
all of
right?
them. I have to drop you. So 30, you've been dropped by a firework and 2 money pow pows. Again, 30, you have been dropped by a firework and 2 money pow pows.
Oh,
30,
yo, that's
if
messed up, yo.
30, if any flash, if you want to save his spot, send a gift higher. Other than that, please stay on mute. No comments on drops. Again, anyone can save his spot. If you would like to, go ahead and send the gift. Other than that, no comments on drops. Public Spear, you will get muted the entire live. You can come up or send a money pow pow to be unmuted in the comments. Again, Public Spear, you're muted the entire live. If you want to get unmuted, send a money pow pow or send your request up. Because what I will not do is let you disrespect me. You will support the platform if you want to disrespect. So support the platform to get unmuted. Let's get it to 30K, you guys. Let's tap, tap, tap. Mods, be on top of people commenting on drops. If you come up here being disrespectful to me after I just said do not be disrespectful, you're going to get blocked. So warning. Public Spirit, I'll bring you up, but just remember, if you come up here being disrespectful, you will get blocked. Melissa, if you can share the live out. Abel, if you can share the live out. Again, 30 have been dropped by a firework and 2 money pow pows. If anybody wants to save his spot, just send a gift higher to save his spot.
What's up?
Other than that, it is open panel.
Wait, hold on. I just want to say one thing, if I may, please. Don't mute me. Hey, yo, 30, that's out of my price range, bro. You on your own, fam.
No
$30.
comments on
But I got
drops.
your back, bro. I
No
got your
comments
back,
on
bro.
drops. No comments on
I
drops.
got your back, bro.
I have something to say, host, regarding especially what the guy that got dropped was saying. So he mentioned that women are going on these dates because they want, you know, to be taken on fancy dates. They cannot pay for these dates. How am I wanting to go on a fancy date when he approached me? Like, it literally makes no sense. He approached me, asked me out, took me out on the date, but then now somehow it is my fault that I went on a date with him and I didn't sleep with him afterwards. And that is because I'm broke and I just want food. It literally makes no sense. You know, calling women fencels or whatever that was, just shows the anger and hatred they have for women. What I do love is that we're in a different generation where women don't give a flying F, and we're not going to change. They continue to show their true colors, and that's fine.
Can we please have an open discussion?
Please stop saying can we, sir. I said 4 times it's open panel.
Well, people keep muting me, bro.
No,
I
no one
muted?
muted you.
Did I finish? I didn't. I wasn't looking at my phone.
Okay, you
Did I
have
finish
paused.
the
If you guys pause, you might get muted.
Oh,
Please say you land your plane when you're done. Go ahead, Melissa.
yeah. So I was saying that so all the things that he was saying
Wait,
regarding.
hold on, Melissa. You've been dropped by a money pow pow.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Again, Melissa, you have been dropped by a money pow pow.
No, not Melissa got.
No comments on drops. No comments on drops. Melissa, if you want your spot back, send anything higher than a money pow pow. I would like to hear you back up. I know you were up here standing on business, but that is a rule that anyone can get dropped. That makes it fair and balanced. So, Melissa, you were dropped by a money pow pow. You can save your spot, or anyone else can save Melissa. Melissa was standing on business, you guys.
Yeah, well, guess what? She went out on
She has
business.
fallen to the comments, but she was standing on business. Please bring her back up. All right. Please stay on mute if I'm talking. Ma should be muting you if my box is lit up. Um, now, 30 round, you're requesting back up, but you haven't sent a gift higher to get your spot back. So I'm not sure why you're requesting back up. Maz, let me know if you're answering the prompt right now or if you're just coming up to assist. Let me know in the comments. With that being said, let's start open panel with NY Foxy. NY Foxy, I haven't heard from you. Would you like to add something to the conversation? And then it's open panel.
I just find it quite interesting, right? When we talk about all the different things that how men are talking about dates, right? While I understand Melissa's perspective, I diametrically disagree. I am not going to, again, put myself in a position for a man to have leverage over me. Thus, that's why, guess what? If you want to get to know me, and you offer to pay for the date, I'm still coming with my cash. I'm gonna be able to whip out my card wherever I recommend the date be, whether it be Ruth Chris or wherever,
That's called
wherever,
grown folk shit.
okay, wherever that might be, right? If you ask me, you offer to take me on a date. You ask me where I like to go. If I tell you, for example, you can tell by conversation that I might have been with Ruth Chris before because I can say da 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 because I might give you some context clue like, oh, the ambiance there is good. We can actually have a conversation, etc., etc., etc. Whatever that may be, mature women will have that cash on them. They will have the card. Now, if that don't, I will say that's woo. But a real woman, right, will have that money prepared because she's not going to put herself in that position. The first time I did something like that, I was 15 years old. 15. My father gave me money. We went on a little group date where all of us was together. Boy bought me some a Coke and some fries and was like, "Can I get a kiss?" No, buddy. How much was that? You know what? Just here, take the whole 20 and keep the change. Get up out my face. Okay? I'm just saying. These are you have to set some standards um with yourself as well as for others. And that's where I'm standing on that with regards to the dates. As far as feminists competing with men, I'm not trying to compete with you as being a man. In the job market, I'm competing. I'm competing man, woman, dog, fish. I'm competing because I'm trying to make my husband and we're trying to make sure that we can keep because we live in a gated community. That's where I want to stay. And whatever resources that we have to, whatever ladder that I have to keep, he and I have to keep climbing in order to stay that, to provide resources for our child. That's what we are going to do. So either you step up to the bat and take a hit or don't. But if you can compete, you can, and if you can't, you can't. It is as simple as that.
All right, thank you, Foxy.
Hey, yo, can we have open panel or not? Please.
It was
Trying to
open panel. You weren't saying anything. The only thing you said is round.
No, I
I
keep
can't
getting
afford.
muted. I keep getting
Hold
muted.
on. All you said was round. I can't afford to bring you back. With that being said, Maz, do not bring people up. 30. I'm not sure how you got up here. You didn't send a gift to get your spot back. Loner, you've been dropped by a money pow pow. Again, Loner, you have been dropped by a money pow pow. If you want to save your spot, Loner stands on business if anybody wants to help save her spot. But yeah, Loner, you have been dropped by a money pow pow. If anybody wants to save Loner's spot, just send anything higher than a money pow pow. A swan, a galaxy, or something. Let's go to Ava. Ava, go ahead and chime in.
Thank you.
It's open panel.
So everybody had some interesting takes, but I very much did agree with Loner and Melissa before they were out. But yeah, no, I completely agree. And I also wanted to add on to when I said women can't compete with men. So what I mean by that is basically like basically what NY Fox says. We can compete in regards to like in the corporate world. We just can't compete with each other on behalf of like providing or just anything of that nature because women literally create life. No man can ever like create life. That's what I'm saying. We're more superior than men. Point blank period. But I land my plane there.
Loner, you said you sent. Hold on, let me say something. Loner, you said you sent a gift to, I guess, to get your spot back to debunk the money pow pow. I think you sent it to a panelist because I did not get it. Again, Loner, I did not get a gift from you to get your spot back. So I don't know if you sent a gift. You must have sent it to a panelist. I do not see it. TikTok lets me know any gifts that were sent and who. I click on your name. The only thing you sent was a daily heart me. G, you're gonna be next. You can answer the prompt.
I'm gonna keep it short and simple until
No,
we
no,
get.
no, no. You gotta go through the prompt if you're coming up to the panel.
That's what I was talking about.
Okay, so you're gonna keep it short and simple. I just want to clear it up. Go ahead.
The good men are being overlooked. Yes, yes, but I think anybody who puts themselves out there to be good and try to, be honest, genuine, they usually get messed over. That's most of the time. Um, Feminists are competing with men. Yeah, until they realize that how hard it is actually to be a man. I think they want the benefits of being a man, but they don't want none of the responsibilities of being a man. Women pay for dates if you're not sleeping with the man after. I mean, I don't believe in that. Like, I don't. That's kind of crazy to me. If you really like, why would you take a girl on a date if all you want to do is smash her? That's a waste of your time, your energy, shit. Just ask her to hit. If she don't want to let you hit, go on about your business. Simple as that.
If you get muted by me, you get muted by the entire live. The mods mute you for 5 minutes. So if you say something about me, you're getting muted the entire live. So put some respect on my name in the comments. 30, you've been muted for the entire live. If you want to get unmuted, send the gift to get your spot back to come up. You come up to the panel, you get unmuted in the comments. Loner, thank you. Loner sent 2 trains to save her spot. So if anybody wants to drop her, it has to be higher than 2 trains. 6 figure, go ahead, chime in.
Yeah. You want me to answer the whole thing or just one at a time?
Just answer 2 of them, because now we're about to go to open panel. Well, mods,
All
you
right.
can let me know in the comments if you guys were answering the prompt. 6 figure,
Men
go
don't
ahead.
feel appreciated. Men don't feel appreciated. Yeah, I feel like a lot of men don't feel appreciated, because the whole point is, for a man to feel appreciated. Because a man, he want to feel like he providing, he leading and protecting. So as a man, if you feel appreciated in your relationship, that make you want to, just uh, get more, do more for your family. So when I see a lot of men, going through, bullshit, I feel bad for them. So yeah, so I feel like a lot of men don't feel appreciated in their relationship. I agree. And the second, the good men are being overlooked. Uh, yeah, I mean, I don't know what's it good to you, because like a lot of people can, say a man providing, that's good, or a man not cheating is good. So sometimes when a man uh cheat on a girl, it feel like he's not getting something for a girl, so he has to go cheat. He cheat not because he not love a girl, he still love her, but sometimes he not getting whatever from her. It could be like simple shit, like she not appreciating him or respecting him, so he might go cheat. So it could be not good. So yeah, so so like the first question and the second question, I think they could go hand to hand. You know, I think.
All right, let's start open panel with Abel. Abel, you could go ahead and add to the conversation. After him, it's again open panel.
Poetic, may I go after Abel?
It's open, so everyone can just get in. Abel, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just start with this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll just go back on the men not being appreciated. Well, we see what happens. You know what I'm saying? Man, you know, you get on here and you say, you tell men to be alone, men to do this and that. They not this and they not that. We better than them. And you wonder why men say that. That's all I'm gonna say. Y'all can.
Make
I
sure you're
think
standing on business. Make sure you're
I
standing
think it's
on business to everybody.
I think it's crazy when people. This is the only thing I think. Like when it comes to what I just heard on the panel, I think it's crazy when women say women create life, man can't do that. How the hell can you do that without men? If you don't sleep with a man and he impregnate you, you can't have a baby.
Cash
I
out
don't,
for
I don't,
questions. Cash out for questions.
Wait. You can't do that. If you go to a sperm bank, that still come from a man. You can't do it. And if y'all want to get crazy and talk
Well,
about bone
artificial
marrow,
insemination is a
wait.
thing.
If you want to talk about bone marrow and this and that, guess who the doctor that does that or created that? A man. You can't do it without a man. So I don't know where y'all get this mindset that y'all can
I
do procreate without you.
So
don't even
why aren't
entertain
y'all
that.
raising your children? That's the
So
problem.
wait, hold on,
It's
wait.
the
You see how
point.
she moved the
Out for
goalpost?
questions, cash out for questions.
You see how we moved the goalpost though? It went from
It was
women
a
can only
rhetorical
do it
question.
to
I'm sorry.
why y'all not taking care of y'all kids? Like what?
All right, you
That's
guys,
crazy.
hold on, everybody. If someone let the person land, that's why I muted Abel and Loner and Mika. Let him land. Let him land his plane.
And that's the thing, bro. Like they don't actually. If you pay attention when you make good points and you bring up certain things to women, they don't actually attack the point. They start talking about other stuff. They don't acknowledge what you said. They start bringing it. They start moving the goalposts. They can't actually handle being wrong, so they'll just create more things, more questions, and more things. Is actually saying, you know what, you're right, because they just hate it. They have to be right. They hate accountability.
Please say land your plane so people won't
I'm
get
done.
confused.
So,
I say if you're gonna be single,
I
man,
heard
be single and be
NY. Let
quiet with
her
it.
go ahead and get in. I heard her go first. And you guys, we need to be tapping. Miss Peaky, I see you tapping. Thank you.
to address your point, you make a valid point. It is balanced. It takes two. However, it is a requirement of the man to do that. However, the onus or the bigger responsibility of that life or creating that life rests on the woman until delivery. It rests on the woman. Yes, your contribution is valid and it's important, but the bigger responsibility rests on the woman. It is our bodies or women's bodies that provide all the nourishment, the nurture, and all of that in order for that life to continue. Without that, there is no life that is created. You if you that's why the example is, guess what? You should have swallowed. Because when you swallow it, nothing is being created. It's empty. It's just an emission. Now, for good men being overlooked. There are men, if you understand the phrase wolves in sheep clothing. Some men are like that. You appear to be a good man, but you are actually a wolf. It is the deception that men carry on just to get to the box. If you're going to date or you're going to be intentional about who you're with, then deception is not necessary. You stand on the business of who you are and who you and the values that you have, and then allow people to meet you where they are. And if they don't meet you where they are, you move around. It's that simple.
If I can chime in real quick, on one of the prompts, good men are being overlooked. Absolutely not. They are not. I think what is happening is good men are overlooking a good woman. I think that they have become so accustomed to mediocrity that they don't see great, that they don't see the good thing that be in front of them a lot of times. So because they don't see that good thing, a lot of those mediocre or not worthwhile women take advantage of those good men. And I think that it is so evident that good men are not looking for good women nowadays. They're looking for a quick fix. They're looking for one night stands. They're looking for anything other than, and I feel like it is to the point where good men now are becoming their real intentions are becoming pure, because a lot of these quote unquote good men have facades, and because they have facades, they they play that role, they play that character. Give me a second, please.
I
I think a
also
lot of those men, a
Yeah,
lot of those men,
Larry.
a lot of those men that they say are doing this and that are considered good, I think that's secondary. A lot of men try to do the right thing. They try to date women with good intentions. They try to be there for those women. They try to be uh, um, that first good man to a woman. I literally seen a video of a girl saying, "You're not supposed to keep your first good man. He's just supposed to make you better for the next man that come around." Literally. So that's crazy. Like, so there's women who really think like that. And I think a lot of men just get tired of being good men, tired of putting money out, tired of putting energy and time out. And they like, man, well, at the end of the day, I'm just do what the bad dudes do because that's who's winning. He the one that get the a lot of a lot of good dudes, good men have to be stepdads. You got to raise another man's kid because that's who she preferred. So I think that's nonsense. I think a lot of those men aren't just hiding under sheep's clothing. I think they really just tried and then gave up. Simple as that. And I mean,
So I think that's so disingenuous to say, oh, well, since the bad men are winning, we're just going to be like the bad men. Like,
hey,
what? Since, well, since they do it, monkey see, monkey do. We going to all do it. That's what I'm saying. That's why we can't say that men are leaders and then men follow behind other men who are doing bad. If you think that women are going for the bad men, why even worry about it, right? Why worry about what that woman is going for? Why not progress yourself, right? Why not elevate yourself? Just like men. If men are going for the bad woman and I know I'm a good woman, why would I turn to become a bad woman? No, I'm going to be the woman who I am regardless of anyone. Right? Because if you are securing yourself, you won't be phased by what anybody has to say. Who's choosing who? Why do you care who's choosing who? Be yourself. If you claim to be a leader, then be that good leader that you are.
Exactly. Like, I'm a veteran, and one of the things that we always say is that being a good leader or being a good person is doing the right thing when nobody's watching. When you stand on principles, you do that when nobody is watching, or when it's because good things, doing the
Exactly.
right thing is not easy. It's actually hard. And so if it is so easy to give up, then I would make the argument or the correlation that that's what you really wanted to be in the first place, because you see the benefit, you're seeing short-term benefits. Nothing worth having is going to be easy. Nothing. A relationship is like, in my day, right? They used to say it's easy to get the ring, it's hard to stay married. I've been happily married for 25 years. Marriage is constant work. It's not something that you do today and then just you say that you're married. It's constant work on both parties. I land my plane with that.
Miss
Let's be
Fossey,
honest.
do you appreciate your home?
They're not, and I hate to say it like this, a good man is kind of hard to find because, you have these quote unquote good men who have these masks on a lot of times. And when that real them comes off, they're collateral damage, a lot of them. They have been so damaged by themselves first, and according to them by women that they have to put on this forefront for people so that they can contact a woman and damage them even and damage another woman because they're brutally damaged themselves. So because again this whole a good man thing is kind of rare to find, because it is too many men out here that want to play the role but can't play the part. I land.
Okay, before anybody else goes, everybody please keep liking. Let's get to 40K, and then after our goal is to get to 50K, as well as go subscribe to Poetic Lady on YouTube, and then as well as definitely subscribe on TikTok. Just know to always send a Cash App if you have any questions, and then as well as a Money Pow Pow to drop anybody you don't like on the panel. All right.
And to add on to what I think that's Mika is saying, right?
So my box ain't like there you go.
What
But
I want to
yeah,
what
I
I
don't,
want to
I don't.
say
Every man has his
before
breaking point.
I
Every
had
person has their
started,
breaking point. If you
sir,
keep trying and trying, I don't care what you say. At
sir.
some point, you're gonna get mad and you're gonna be like, "Well, fuck this. I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna do that."
Let's be
Oh, hold on.
respectful,
It was
G.
NY. Let her land her plane.
She was done.
No,
She
she
was
was
so
not.
done for her
Not at
plane.
all.
To add on to what Mika was saying, I think one of my advice for women is take the time to reconcile what a man says versus what his actions are from a character perspective, right? Men say one thing, but then their actions could be something entirely different. When the words and the actions line up, then you can actually identify whether a man is good or not, right? And that's still going to be subjective to what your standards are, right? What might be good for you may not be good for me, right? Now there are some baseline things with regards to character. Is he an honest man? Is he a man that's consistent? Is he a man that's of integrity? Does he say what he mean and mean what he says, right? Does he do what he says, right? These are the type of baseline things that you can vet men and reconcile versus what they say versus what they do. And when the two are misaligned, then you can move around.
All right. Perspective. You can go ahead and answer the prompt. Oh, I guess you dropped yourself. Let's get it to 50K, you guys. We're almost there. The goal is 50K an hour. It's already been an hour I've been streaming. And I said from now on, the panelists and the comment section can tap. So there's no way, it's definitely no excuse not to be at the goal and above goal by now. So again, please go ahead and tap the screen. Let's get these likes up. Support the panelists you agree with. If you get muted the entire live, send your request up to go ahead and get unmuted. But if I mute you in the entire live, it's because you said something disrespectful to me. So tread lightly in the comments. You can disagree with me or say what you want to say in the panel. But if you're saying something disrespectful, I'm probably going to just mute you the entire live. So let's see. 50 round, you could go ahead and answer the prompt. Well, hold on. 50 round, that's your
Yeah.
second page. That's 30 round. You don't have to answer that.
No. I don't know who that guy 30 is.
Okay, don't do that. I always tell you, otherwise I'm just gonna drop you. We already know with you. So, but the thing is, I don't make rules against second pages. Like I'm not about to try to police page to page to page. I don't do that. So if it's a different page, it's fair game. It's open panel.
Bro, that's fake. Stop being fake.
That's
Like,
crazy. Can I answer the prompt?
yeah, bro.
You already
Thank you.
answered the prompt, so just go ahead and chime in. You can start open panel.
All right. I want to say feminists definitely, I don't want to sway away from the topic, but feminists are definitely compete with men. From what I see and what I've noticed, a lot of women have stepped into this comfort zone of being femcells and saying they don't need a man to do this and do that, all because they are making a financial gain, right? But
Damn.
from not too long ago, I've also heard complaints about 300,000 BLK women losing their job, and there was an uproar. Right. So which one? And they saying, well, now we need men. Well, but you just said you don't need men. Y'all want to pick us up and put us down like we some damn toys. So, and I don't appreciate that. You get what I'm saying? And I'm pretty much sure men don't appreciate that. On all men don't appreciate that. And that's why men are starting to see through women. That's why that shit that y'all doing, when y'all go out here and lie and say y'all don't dress for men, y'all dress for yourselves, or you dress for women, but you coming out the house with your whole ass cheek hanging out, and you talking about, so why are these niggas so thirsty? Why they looking at me? Why are these niggas looking at me? Ma'am, you're naked. You're naked, ma'am. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyways, like, it's just so weird to me. Like, these women want to get on here and fake and front. Foxy is the smartest woman I heard up here because she has sense. She's a sensible woman. She's not being biased. She's telling the truth. You get what I'm saying? And that's her opinion. I respect sensible people. I don't respect, I'm gonna have a one-sided biased opinion on shit. I only feel this way because I'm a girl's girl. Like, I really love women so much. Hell, I really wish that I can just procreate with a woman. That's how y'all be motherfucking sounding. Shout out to J Rob. I'm just saying, I just be hearing y'all, and y'all sound like those incel white T-boys that hanging in the damn basement talking about BLK people. That's how a lot of y'all women sound. Y'all sound like some fucking femcells. Trailer park, YT people in the backwoods of Mississippi. I land.
He's standing on
But
business.
but also, I think some of that stuff is men's fault too, because I just think that you gotta have more self-respect for yourself. If you know that girl wouldn't talk to you unless you had something to give her, some money or something like that, why are you entertaining her? Why? If you know that she wouldn't talk to you, because you can't tell me you don't be knowing sometimes. I mean,
Yeah.
some of them might play you.
50,
That's
let him
cool.
finish. Don't respond to his question because he did not cash out for his question to be platformed. Go ahead and finish, G.
So a lot of those women, you know, she wouldn't talk to you unless you had something to give her. She only respond whenever you talking about something that's going to benefit her or whatever the case may be. Why are you talking? That's your fault. If she has no reciprocal bone in her body, if everything is a man is supposed to do that, when you have conversations with her and you ask her something, and it always lean towards what men should do and not what women should do, or whatever the case may be. Like if you hear any, and I'm not trying to talk about anybody on this panel, but if you come into any type of contact with a woman outside of TikTok and y'all have these type of conversations and they sound like most women on TikTok, immediately stop talking to her. Immediately. You gotta you gotta stay clear away from her. So now you're putting yourself through all this trauma and all this for no reason. You know what I'm saying? If it's unfair for her, if everything she says benefits her, but it would never benefit a man, she's not the one. She's not the one. If she denies a certain date because it doesn't cost a certain amount of money, she's not the one. She clearly just wants something out of you. Simple. You understand what I'm saying? And the mindset is everything. And also, stop being quick to be lustful with a lot of these women. Man, some of the most prettiest women, most beautiful women, they're horrible people. They're terrible people. You know what I'm saying? You have to be mindful of that. And I think, like I said, we have to take accountability as men in certain aspects where you know, hey, this woman ain't shit. So I'm gonna leave her alone. I don't care how she look. And I land.
Yep.
I'd like to add to G's point, right? And I know I want everyone to understand this might be triggering for men, right? But I'm saying this in a way, and I understand that it is triggering, right? But it goes to what G is saying, okay? For some of us, right, who had dads and come from two-parent households, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? I might be that woman that's out of your tax bracket today. I just might be, right? And not to say that, and I'm not saying that money is the only thing, but there's a very pragmatic ideology of it, right? And so that's, I say that, right? And I do agree with G from the perspective is that if all of these boundaries, if there's nothing that she can if there's nothing in her conversation that demonstrates reciprocation, then definitely move around. Move around. It's very simple. But what happens is that there are a lot of men that lust for women, right? You see the packaging, right? And the packaging requires maintenance, right? Some of that packaging requires maintenance. So in all of those maintenances, especially with I can say for my example, I received an allowance up until I still was married, and I still got an allowance from my dad. I was taken care of, right? And so if you have, and for men right now, if you are men with daughters, let's not play that you're not talking to your daughters and trying to provide if you are a father in your daughter's life, right? If you are a father that's actively in your daughter's life where she can see the example of a man on a day-to-day basis, right? She is not going to look at a Pookie and a Ray Ray. She's not going to do that. And all I'm saying is that you have to look at all of these things within the context. And if you already know, don't set yourself up for failure. And I'm sincerely not trying to be disrespectful in any way when I say that. That is a point where I talk about introspection of yourself and take stock and move. If you see that woman by the way she carries her packaging and how and all of that, and that is what you aspire to, then do the self-improvement to get that. And I'm gonna say for women, if you've got all the pretty packaging, but your interpersonals are garbage, do the self-work to be that person. There's work on both sides, but again, there is the concept of intentionalism has to be. So I say that. I land for right now.
Okay, before anybody responds, please, guys, keep tapping. Keep tapping. We've been on 44 for a while now, so keep tapping.
Something right quick. Foxy, that was brilliant. And I know we don't always agree. I have plenty of women who are feminists that are friends of mine. That doesn't negate my opinion, and that doesn't diminish your opinion. But some of these women, right, they want shit that they don't even do for themselves, right? They require a certain thing, right? Like, let's say she'll have a baby daddy, right? And it's no shade to women who got kids, you know what I'm saying? She'll have a baby daddy that she done let drop 2-3 babies off in her, right? And he done went on by his damn business. But she done required a new dude, right, who she want to deal with. She required this new guy to do the most. This man got to goddamn buy her a house, get out of mama house, buy her a car, buy her kids clothes, school clothes. This man got to do so much shit to deal with this woman. That's why I tell brothers, if you don't got no kids, don't deal with no motherfuckers who ain't got no motherfuckers. Don't deal with women who got kids. I suggest you go be back with your baby daddy. That's what I tell the motherfuckers all the time. You shouldn't be dealing with her ass, because guess what? That man ain't doing his damn job. It ain't your job to pick up his damn slack. Unless he's unalived, he's in prison, and he doing a whole max life bid, that's the only time that I would say I disregard everything I said. But if he walking around, he's an able-bodied motherfucker that's not handicapped, and he walking around and he got a job, he just dodge, he can get a job just dodging child support. Oh no, leave her ass to the side. That ain't your problem. A lot of these
Hey,
women, they
my
let me. I'm
bad.
about to land, G. I'm about to
My
land,
bad.
G.
My bad. That's my fault. That's my
A
fault.
lot of these women, they expect you to come in there and pick up the slack, right? They don't even. It's talking about she want Ruth Chris. She don't even take herself to Chili's. She don't even take herself to Chili's. But she wants you to take her to Ruth Chris though, right? She a DoorDash ass motherfucker. She can't even afford that shit. But she want that. She want your ass to buy that shit though, because she want to see how green you is. She want to see what she could get out your motherfucking ass. That's why the women was in an uproar about them damn coffee dates, because they feel like, oh no, shit. If these women start accepting coffee dates, then guess what? How I'm gonna be able to trick a nigga out his money? That's what it's all about. I land.
Hey,
All right,
can I
let's
say
let
something real
G.
quick?
Some women love coffee.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, everyone. Let's let G go ahead and get in. Then I'm gonna go to the new guest. Then it's back to open panel.
Yeah, I was definitely gonna say some of what 50 was about to say, and that comes from being a nice guy, being overlooked, and this and that. You trying to prove yourself to these women. I also say, men, you need to have way higher standards. I don't give a damn what they call you, childish, you lame, you this, you that. I don't give a damn. You ain't finna play me. I tell you that much. So
Right.
shit, like he said, if a woman has kids and you don't have kids, you are a clown if you sitting there dating that woman, talking to that woman, and investing in that woman. Why would you ever do some shit like that? Now, if you got kids already and you're in the same boat as her, then shit, that's cool. But at the end of the day, if you don't have no kids, if you got a certain stature about yourself, if you got your life together, especially as a black man, don't accept less. And that be the problem. People be a lot of us as black men who are trying and who are good, we get shitted on with the rest of them. Fuck that. Raise your standards. I don't care what names they call you. I don't care if they drop you from TikTok panels and all that and gang up on you, because that's what they're gonna do if you don't agree with them. Forget that. Who give a damn? Hey, continue to keep stepping and make sure. Hey, I'm keeping myself away from every negative type of woman. They gonna play you. They gonna try to be nice to you and this and that. Man, hell no, bro. Hey, stay completely away from toxic women, liars, manipulators, all of that. And that's all I got to say.
All right, we're gonna go to Jay. Jay, you can answer the prompt, and then it's back to open panel. You can
Okay.
answer each question of the prompt.
Um,
You're chopping up.
Men also appreciate the men being overlooked.
You're
Oh,
chopping up really bad, so we're gonna come back to you. Go ahead and get that together. We'll come back to you. Lona, go ahead and start open panel.
I actually agree with G and what G is saying. I think that a lot of the times men will bash women for their standards. They'll call women gold diggers. They call women 304s, right? And bash these women. However, they're dealing with these women, right? So you're calling them 304s, but sir, you're the 304 maker. Like you're doing the same thing. So I think that both women and men should raise their standards because and don't settle. Like I've always said, go where you're appreciated, not tolerated. If men are going with women that they just find it attractive, right? They find them attractive, but she has no intellectual skills. She doesn't please you in any mental capacity, but you're still laying down and sleeping with this woman, right? You're still lying to this woman, stringing her along. So if you really don't like her, right, you're saying that she's dumb, she doesn't want to build with you, she's just using you for your money. Why are you still sleeping with this woman? Why would you even sleep with this woman at all? You should be going on to the next person, right? But y'all still sleep with these women, y'all still have children with these women, right? And now we have this dating pool where women are sleeping with men who don't really like them, men are just using women. So it's like we all need to be accountable then. if that's the case.
That's a very valid point. I think that there are a lot of men that, while women provide access to SMEX, the manipulation or the ends to which men go to get it, right, is in direct conflict with the ideology of leadership of your integrity, leadership of who you are. It's in direct conflict with that, right? You, in order to be free of that, right, you can't be a contributor to the problem. And I land with that.
Jay, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, you could go through the prompt.
Okay. The good men are being overlooked. Men don't feel appreciated. Feminists are competing with
Well,
men.
hold on. Could you answer it one at a time, please?
Sure. Men don't feel appreciated. Um, to what the last person was speaking on, that's probably why you don't feel appreciated, because you're dealing with people that you are saying if you didn't have certain things or if you don't do certain things for them, they wouldn't be around. And that means you have to up your standards as well. We have these conversations about standards and we surround them about women. And instead of demonizing women for having standards, it's fine for men to have some themselves. Um, I'm always saying, like, stop being a simp, because it's literally going to get you nowhere. And I think women oftentimes conflate being a simp with a good man, and there's a difference. Um, Real women are not going to respect you if you're a simp. If you don't have a backbone, if you don't have your own personal standards or your own boundaries, no real woman is going to actually respect you. And she's going to continue to walk over you, and you're not going to be feeling appreciated. Um, the good men are being overlooked. I don't think the good men are being overlooked. What I think is, most of y'all are not as good as you think you are. And I feel like anybody that constantly self-proclaims themselves to something, it's probably the opposite. Just like when you're an empath, you don't have to constantly self-insist upon yourself about being an empath. That is something other people tell you. If when you self-insist upon yourself constantly, you're probably not that great. Okay? And on the flip side of that, I do believe that women like projects. They like to be with men that are lower or lesser than them in certain ways, so that they can say, I did all this for you, and they can throw things in your face, because then it won't require them to have to be a better woman. That's the flip side of that. Feminists are competing with men. Um, what it is with feminists is, most feminists are actually heterosexual women, and I think that those women despise the fact that they are still attracted to the people that they dislike. So they spew all this, misandrous type of stuff, or whatever the case may be. But you know, those are just the type of people, they're just gonna have their opinions, and you gotta let it go in one ear, out the other. Every woman is not no skinhead, hard feminist. I do think there are levels to certain things. And I think everybody takes things to the extreme, and there's no grounding point. And then for the last prompt, women pay for dates if you're not sleeping with him after. Uh, that's idiotic. That is just childish. That's idiotic. That's crazy to think that a woman owes you anything for you taking her on a date. Um, if you feel like she is not worth a date, then don't pursue her. Leave her where she is at, especially if she is a woman that men can look at a woman or have a brief conversation with her and tell that she may be out of my league. And instead of trying to accommodate where she is at, y'all want her to lower her standards and then say her standards are too high. But wait a minute, I thought y'all said to pick better men. And the women that are doing that, y'all get mad because y'all aren't the pick of the better men. So no woman is obligated to sleep with you just because you took her on a date. I promise you, if you're vetting correctly and you have standards for yourself, the women that you take on dates are also women who could do those same things for themselves. Thank you.
Can chime in on that last one as well. Women pay for dates if you're not sleeping with them? Absolutely not. Why should you be paying for a date because you're not willing to quote unquote open your legs? Isn't this the things that they tell us to stop doing? Stop opening our legs so freely. Stop giving ourselves away so freely. But they're not willing to show how beneficial we are by taking us out, by doing special things to us, by doing the bare minimum, taking us on a date. We're not asking you to pay our mortgage, our rent, our car payments. You taking us on a date. But you want us to pay for the date because we're not willing to open our legs. That is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. How the heck and why the heck would a woman be willing to give herself to a man that thinks so little of them? Because you're gonna pay for a meal you're gonna pay for a meal. Again, as Jay said, that's something that we can do on our own. We don't need you to pay for our food. We can do that ourselves. We don't need you to pay for our gas. We don't need you to do any of that. We can do that ourselves. But you expect us to open our legs? I don't understand where this thought process has come from that men are entitled to sex. It makes no sense. And a lot of times it's the first date that you're expecting sex on. Let's be honest. But you're sitting up here, oh, I can't pay for the date because I can't take you home tonight, or you're not going home with me tonight. You're not gonna let me hit it and credit. You're not gonna let me do any of that. So I can't pay for anything. But you want us to give you our time, our energy, our effort. Miss me with that. Miss me with all of that. That's bull crap. I want to say another word, but I'm gonna keep it PG tonight, poetic. I'm gonna keep it PG. Miss me with that bull crap. Because there is no way, and ladies, hear me when I tell you this. If these men continue to come at you like that, run. Run the other way. Because they're not worth your time, they're not worth your energy. I land.
I agree with you, Makia. And I would again, in order, I'm a person that also believes that you should be able to mitigate your risk for yourself, for your own self-protection to some degree, right? And if you find yourself, because sometimes that type of comment doesn't come until the middle of the date, right? Okay? And in that, then you find out, right, the kind of person a man is. And I always say to women, for the empowerment of yourself and the empowerment and the protection of your own self-respect, right? Always be prepared to pay for your meal should you need to. Again, the premise of being able to protect yourself first is it should be paramount to you. Putting yourself in a position where you are maybe, especially on a first date, I'm not allowing you to pick me up. I'm going to meet you there, even if we've had phone conversations, because I don't know you. I don't know you. So in that, provide yourself a level of self-protection. Mitigate your own risk for yourself, and thus be prepared, right? So again, ladies, and sometimes it is the flex for the man. You look, don't want to date, pay your own meal. guess what? He's gonna look at you differently. Especially if you think she might be interesting, right? Sometimes we do things to garner more interest, right? Whatever those different things may be. Like I tell the story of
Dwight, hold on. You got an echo. You got an echo.
I still have
Is everyone else muted? It was like a little muffled. I'm not sure what's going on. Let's tap the screen, you guys. The likes aren't moving. NY, I'm gonna come back to you. Hazel, go ahead and answer the prompt.
All right. Men don't feel appreciated. Hold on, let me turn this. All right. Men don't feel appreciated. Do I have an echo?
No, go ahead.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I guess most men don't feel appreciated for what we do. You know, a lot of the things that we do, you all probably don't see. We deal with alone, especially a lot of the great things you all don't see. It's just business as usual. And it's hard sometimes for women to give full appreciation if you don't know every good deed we do. So I definitely agree with that. A lot of men don't feel appreciated. The ones that have nothing to be appreciated about are the ones that probably feel the most appreciated. It's funny how that works. Feminists are, the good men are being overlooked. Yeah, of course. I mean, you got a lot of good brothers out there, but of course you might not like the way they look. They might be too short. You know, it might be too big. There's other qualifications other than their heart and their character that you're looking at because, of course, maybe you're not attracted to them. So, of course, feminists are competing with men. No, I think it's more of what that other woman, I think Jay said. It's like they want to pretend they're against men, but they're attracted to men. So it's kind of like an anger that you can hear in a lot of their voices when they talk like, damn it, we love men. And then they'll go on the panel and say, we hate men, we hate men. Okay, let me let y'all go. I'm going out with my husband tonight. And it's like, what? You're married? So that's that one. And you want me to do the fourth one?
Yeah, you can finish the prompt.
You're not sleeping. My screen cut off. What does it say? You're not sleeping with him after?
Okay. Women pay for the date if you're not sleeping with him.
Women pay for the date if you're not sleeping with them after. No, I mean, that's crazy. But again, I agree with what Foxy was saying. Now, these men don't come out of left field. Like, when I was dating, I always had a 3 phone call minimum where I had to talk to you at least 3 separate times on the phone before I asked you to go anywhere. If you didn't like it, we got nothing else to talk about. We ain't going out on the first date because I mitigate my risk and you can be doing the same thing. I don't think very rarely does a man sound great all week and then all of a sudden the bill come and he says, you know, like we watch these TikToks and the bill, hey, you going home with me tonight? All right, split the check. You can mitigate that if you want to. So I definitely don't agree with that. And a woman should not have to pay because she's not giving up anything she doesn't want to give up. That's ridiculous. So I land.
All right. Go ahead, Loner. I think you just unmuted.
Thank you. Yeah. So I did want to say this one thing, right? I think that men are trying to lower the standard in saying it, not anybody on the panel or anyone, right? But if men tell you that you have to now pay for the date, that's basically lowering the standard of what men's expectations, or not even expectations, of a man pursuing you, right? If a man is pursuing you and then says, oh, you have to pay for the date, at all, regardless if you're giving him the box or not, at this point, that man is no, not at all. And to mitigate that risk, I'll even ask on the phone, do you want me to pay for this date or not? Like, let's mitigate it over the phone so I don't even have to spend time or energy coming to you, sitting through a dinner date with you for you to ask me something so stupid, right? So mitigate that risk and we'll just talk over the phone. I'll ask the questions I need to ask, and boom, you're blocked. So, but yeah, I think that men are trying to lower the standard in saying now that women should be paying for dates, right? If anything, we need to raise these standards. I feel like women should be more selfish. I'm not going to lie to you. I really think women should be more selfish. And and if you are going to date with intention, date hypergamously, right? I think hypergamy is very important, right? Date for resources, date for what you can gain, right? And not saying don't reciprocate. I'm not saying don't reciprocate these actions, but yes, we should be dating to see what we can gain. How can we really build together? What are you going to do for me? Because men will always ask a woman, what is he going to do? What is she going to do for him, right? A man will even tell his wife, I am going to cheat on you, right? If you don't give me the box. So if you haven't smashed me in a few weeks or so, I'm gonna cheat on you. A man will tell you that. A man will tell you if you don't give it up in the next couple of days, I'm off to the next person, right? A man will tell you that. So my point is, if men are willing to tell this to women, we need to be selfish just as much, right? And selfish in our own way, because men are very selfish. Not saying all men. I'm not saying all men, but I'm just saying, why are we dating just to be getting used by a man? I don't find the purpose of in that. I can use myself. I can exploit myself. I can smash myself, right? I can play with myself. So if we're going to date, yes, we need to date with intention.
Thank you, Loner. Hazel, did you want to respond to her, and Kat, if you can share the live out, you're next.
And the last part got me. I mean, I agree with everything but the date for resources, right? When I think of dating, I think we're just going out, eating, doing fun stuff, getting to know each other. I don't think we should be watching each other's resources, assets, pockets, and stuff like that. I think we genuinely need to be getting to know each other. Now, I mean, I don't know if it's still called going steady, but once we get past dating and then go steady, I think at that point.
You think they still say go steady? How old are you?
What difference does that make? 42, I told you.
Anyways,
but I don't know. I still I have an old dialect, I guess, but I still think they say going steady or I don't know. But that's what I'm saying. Once we get to that point, I would say let's start talking about that. But if I'm sitting at a date and she starts talking about how many houses I own, or something like that, we're not going to do that because we just don't need to. We need to enjoy this good meal, enjoy our conversation, talk about our childhood, our upbringing, our parents, our family, what we like to do, like dating stuff.
So let me ask a question then. Oh, Dad, I might cash app you. I'm gonna cash app. I am going to cash app.
Okay, let her go ahead because she usually does, so she could cash app after.
Okay, thank you. So if that's my thing. If men are expecting to smash, right? Women are giving the most intimate of themselves up to this man. I think that, a lot of people are casually dating. A lot of people are casually dating just to have a good time, not a long time. No, right? Because that's why there's so many kids without parents, right? Or this society is not productive because we are just casually dating, casually smashing each other. No, I need to know if you want to date me and you want to like you said, go steady and smash me, because men are expecting to smash right within a few weeks. And I tell women, do not smash. But if men are expecting that, then why can't a woman expect, what is in your bank account? Yeah, how many houses do you own? What are the resources? What am I going to gain out of this? If I'm giving you the most
Yes.
intimate part of myself, where we could actually have a child. The consequences of SMEX is having a child. I need to know everything about you. As a matter of fact, let me do a background check on you. That's how far I go. Let's do background checks.
I
Hold
agree,
on,
Mom.
she did a Cash App question. What is your question exactly?
I'm saying that if men are expecting to smash, then why can't women expect resources from a man?
Go ahead, Hazel, if you can answer that.
All right. So the man is giving up his body too. He's enjoying that intimate act as well, right? Let's not pretend we don't get something out of it too, women. All right, that's one. Two, what someone expects and what they get is totally different. Everybody could expect to be a millionaire, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I just think it's a slippery slope when you go around asking people their resources because I might have smacks with you. We might, not even I might have, we might have it because it's a two-person act, right? So I just think that it's a slippery slope. And like I said, someone like me, this would be the fastest date ever because
Move
you don't,
around. Move around then.
well, that's
Well,
what I'm saying.
let him finish
Everybody
his answer. Hold on.
gonna
Let
cut
him
me off
finish
in a
his
minute.
answer. You guys,
And how
why
am I
are we
the
not
man on the
tapping?
panel?
The panel can be tapping too. Why are the
No,
lights so behind? We have mostly between 40 to 60 people the entire live. Why are we not tapping? What's going on? Or is everybody's fingers broken? Like we should be at 100K. And this doesn't go for the people that are tapping. The people who aren't tapping know who they are.
But yeah, it is a slippery slope. Now, I will say I do agree to the background, and I'll do you one better. I agree to the credit check. I always ask women when we're talking, hey, what does the credit score look like? And if she lies, later on we're going to get into it, right? Because I also own a credit restoration agency. So later on, if we get in a relationship, we're going to get into it. And if your credit isn't all right, we got an issue because you told me a lie when you didn't have to lie. So I wholeheartedly agree with the background and the credit check. Any two people who don't agree to that, like I wouldn't pursue further. The assets are totally different. That's totally different. That could be, I mean, that's just too much. But two people are embarking on SMEC, so I don't think we should treat it as the woman is granting the man this great stuff and the woman's just standing there not getting hers too. Right now, I know everybody's going to pretend they don't get theirs, but let's be honest. You all have had some good SMECs and gotten something out of it as well. And now I'm the only man on the panel, so go ahead and jump me, Arlan.
Okay, wait. So I'm waiting for Kat to share the live out, but the panel's open.
Hazel, let me say this to
Did
you.
I shared it?
Kat, if you
Hazel,
can answer the prompt then, and then we'll go to open panel.
Okay. Men don't feel appreciated. I personally feel like with men, if they don't feel appreciated, then they're going to immediately let that be known in their relationship, or they're going to step out. Like they they complain a lot. I think men complain more than don't feel appreciated. And from the complaint, the woman is doing so much that I find it very wild that men are not appreciated in a relationship. They usually don't stick around in those relationships. Uh, the good men are being overlooked. I don't believe that either because I feel like a lot of women are always asking where the good men at. And even when they say you should pick better, women ask them, well, what should we pick? And they don't even have an answer because they don't even know where the good men are. So I just believe it's a false thing. Men speak about dating as if they know what it is dating them and how they lie and how they change in relationship and how they pretend that they have something and then you find out later in the relationship they don't have it. So it's a lot of things like when you're dealing with a man, you it's sad, but you got to have your guard up because they lie so much. And you just said the first two, correct?
No, you can do all of them.
Okay. Feminists or competing with men. No, I think that was from that women was always asking for equal rights. So the ability to work and get paid the same for the same job, the ability to be able to own a home and have a bank account and just do everything in America that she can do single, or she can pair up with a partner and do it. That's all that was about. I think the fact that men by women having that power, it did take the power away from a man to control her, which is more what men are more upset about, is that they can't control a woman that can care for herself and also can partner in a relationship and carry her part in the relationship. That woman is more powerful than she knows. So I do think with women, uh, finding your own autonomy before you pair up in a relationship is very important. Just in case you got to exit out of it, you know where you can land your feet on your own. Women pay for dates if you're not sleeping with him. No, if the man wants to date you and he wants to take you out and get to know you, that's what a date is. Now, if y'all so happen to sleep with each other at that night and that's you and his decision, that's different. But a date is to take you out, to get to know you, to get to experience you off the phone, offline, and see how y'all bob. That's it. That's the only thing a date is for. But sleeping with him, that's a decision y'all both should make. And he should pay for the date.
Good evening,
Okay,
good
I
evening,
land.
good evening.
Big Kev, you can answer the prompt.
It say the good men are being overlooked. Sometimes you good men do be overlooked. Feminists are competing with men. I don't really have nothing too much to say about that. Women pay for dates if you are not sleeping with the man. A lot of women that I date, I always had them to pay for the first date. If they don't want to pay for the first date, I just don't go. I'm just saying I can pay for the first date, I just don't. I beat them to the punch. I just be like, man, when you gonna take me on a date? That's just what I do. I don't know what they got going on or who they doing it with, but I'm just saying I'm a different caliber of a man. That's just me.
Okay, make sure you say you land when you're done. Panel's open.
Okay, I land.
Let me say this. I'm sorry, NY. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Go ahead. Give me a second to compose myself.
Hazel, when, and not just you, but when men hear financial, that's just what they hear, financial. They hear money. And I need you to understand, Hazel, and men to understand, when a woman wants to know your financial stance, they're not necessarily talking about money per se. They're talking about your mindset. What have you invested in? How many, what are you doing to better yourself so that when and if the time comes, and you two connect like that, you match like that, you guys can grow together. So it is not about them wanting to count the pennies that you have, per se, that a lot of you men have, but you think you're balling like that. It is about the simple fact they want to know your mindset. They want to know where you've been and where you're going and what you're capable of. So let's make that clear. Another thing is, Hazel, that whole credit thing. Why would you do that when you aren't willing to acknowledge and show her where you stand, but you want her to show you where she stands? I don't understand that, Hazel. That is hypocritic. But that's what men do. They want to know what you got, but they won't show you what they got. It's that mindset that they have. Oh, I'm going to see where she is, so I can see how I can drag her down instead of elevating her. I can see how I can take from her instead of giving in and feeding into her. That's what a lot of men do. So I understand where you're coming from, Hazel, because that's how men think. But I don't believe that if you aren't willing to give that little information, and she's not asking you to give her your bank account number, she's not asking you for any of that. She just wants to know where your mindset is. Because a lot of you men claim to be doing big things, but you're not. And that's how a lot of women get trapped into things that they knew that they should not have. I land.
Okay, you done?
Quick. It's going to be 2 minutes. Listen. So, Mika, the reason why I say credit score is that shows behavior, right? If someone has a 300 or 350, mathematically is the lowest. If somebody has a 350 and they can't pay bills on their own, then that shows a pattern of irresponsibility. I don't want any parts of it, right? So I didn't say she pulls her credit. I said we both pull our credit. And not the first date. We talk about it, right? But here's the second thing. If she has bad credit, I can show her how to clean up her credit in 90 days. 750 credit score. So I can change her life. No cost. Even if we part as friends and she still needs my help, I can show her how to put a rent on her credit report, her cell phone, her car insurance. So it's not to, give me this secret information. But yeah, if we pull it and I see 350, 400 and she doesn't have a good reason why, like I've dated some women and they were honest and said, look, me and my boyfriend co-signed loans and he stopped paying. I can look on her credit report and tell if she's lying to me or not. If she is, hey, okay, I'll tell you what to do. Blah, 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 boom, 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 boom. I've changed a lot of people's credit life. But if you lie and say, oh, I got great credit just to fit in, and then I find out you don't, yeah, you lied when you didn't have to. And we're going to have an issue. So it's not to defame her. It's to, I'm sorry, if you're having trouble paying your bills on time and then you're questioning me about my life, we got nothing to talk about. Check, please. I got it. I'll pay, but we're done. So that's why, Mika, not to embarrass women. Not land.
So let me say this, right? I was one of those women, and again, I've been married for 25 years happily, right? I was one of those women that had standards. There was a range. I'm not talking to you. I'm not going to waste my time. Okay, I'm not going to waste my time. So I'm going to ask you what you do for a living. Okay, it just so happens that when I met my husband, we were in a very transparent place. So I had a general idea. Okay, I'm not going to waste my time, and it's not and I don't want to get into all the specifics of what you have, right? I want some baseline information to see even if you're going to be in my tax bracket. I'm not going to waste my time.
But
I'm not.
But the thing is, it may be a guy that you don't even know. He got multi-million dollars and you don't even know it because he's not gonna tell you from the get-go. Because I moved down to Georgia last year. I ain't gonna lie, I won an 8-figure settlement. And I moved down to Georgia last year and I was in a 5-bedroom house. And they said, damn, what you doing for a living? I said, I work at McDonald's. And they was like, that don't add up. I said, it ain't supposed to add up to you, it's supposed to add up to me. And they then when they found out later on, they say, oh, I thought you was just in the room. I thought you was just oh no, it's too late for all that. You go about your business, I'm gonna go on about mine.
So, sir, well, you anecdotally, that would be a unicorn, right? But
Okay, whatever that means.
hold on, sir. Generally speaking, if you say to me, right? Me.
Yeah.
Okay, that you work at McDonald's, I'm gonna pass.
But I have a 5-bedroom house with a 9-foot swimming pool with three
So do
bathrooms.
So do I. And I've been happily married
And
for 5
then
years.
when they find out what I got, and then when they find out when they find out I won an 8-figure settlement, they be looking stupid. And I'll be like, you can go about your business.
Sir, nobody's about to play these reindeer games with you in this fantasy conversation.
I'm not going to tell you what I got.
If she's asking you a question, you can answer it. But if you about to lie and say you work at McDonald's at the cash register, then she has the right to walk away.
But if I'm sitting up here, but the ma'am, the thing is, I'm sitting in a 6-bedroom house with 3
in a 7. But you said you work at McDonald's.
You gonna let me talk or you gonna talk? I'm sitting there with a 9-foot swimming pool with an 8-figure settlement, and you sitting up here talking about, well, it don't add up. What you do, it don't add up. It ain't supposed to add up to you. It's supposed to add up to me. So you just lost out, not me. And then they always try to come back and say, damn, I didn't know. I didn't know. Well, it ain't for you to know. So this what you do. You lose my number.
Lost,
That's what you do.
lost, and it's okay because I can.
That's what you do.
Because in all honesty, right? The maintenance on that type of home is hard going unless you've invested that wisely, it's not gonna last.
Ma'am, an 8-figure settlement is gonna last for me for the rest of my life. I don't care what you talking about. An 8-figure settlement is gonna last me.
Okay.
But we can tell you like to play games. We already know you like to play games. So I'm with her. It may not last too long.
It's not.
That's what you know how long I had that about 3 years, and I'm still. I go on trips for 6 months at a time and just be gone, and come back when I get tired. That's what I do. Y'all lost out, not me.
Sir.
Ain't no sir shit.
If anybody believes this clown, you are just as stupid as him. So
I don't care what you
let me say this, because this man literally just said that the women that he goes on dates with pays for him. They have to pay for
exactly.
you.
And now he been gone for 6 months, just frolicking all over the city and town. Ain't nobody got time for that. Boy, please.
I'm in a hotel right now and moved to New Mexico. Check this out. I'm in a hotel right now in New Mexico.
Where's your 6-bedroom home, sir?
That looked like Las Vegas. That looked like Las Vegas.
It could be Las Vegas, but it's New Mexico. Because you ain't never been to New Mexico, so you don't know. I'm in a hotel right now.
You don't know where I've been, sir.
Sir, you are in a hotel room.
This is what we gonna do. This is what we gonna do. We're gonna let y'all go on about y'all business.
Let me say
we're gonna let y'all live in other pockets.
This man that got an 8-figure settlement in a motel, not even a hotel, not a hotel. You are where they keep the lights on, sir. You are where they keep the lights on. Please stop it with all the lies.
All that you have,
please.
Sir, for all that you have, sir, for all that you have, you are still a lonely mother.
One at a time. One at a time.
You can't do that. I'll holler at you. I'll holler at you.
Oh
sir,
God.
for all that you have, he is lonely. Because he begging for some attention. Okay? So now back to the original comment, right? Or where I was going. It is interesting, right? When I talk about, I'm using the income as a baseline to understand even if I'm going to waste or put my time into it, right? It's not about really counting your change specifically, but it's about to see whether or not you are going to be an actual viable candidate for me. Because I don't want to waste time, right? Liking part of you, and some of the pragmatics about you don't fit my standards. It's a waste. I'm looking at you as a total package. Meaning, I'm not only looking at where you are now, I'm looking at your mindset to see where you're going to go or where you want to go and what is your blueprint to take us somewhere else and how I and we work together to get there. And just to say this, I am not divulging any information to anyone from a date to do a credit check. That is crazy to me. I don't know you, sir. And I'm not speaking directly to you, but I mean, you brought that up, right? But that makes no sense. I'm not doing that. Now, if we become exclusive, and then we want to have that conversation down the line, then we move into that conversation because guess what? We are talking about how we are melding our lives together. And I land with that.
Miss Foxy, you married, right? So what are you talking about? You should be talking about your husband. No? So
Sir, sir, let me tell you something. I know you think I know poetic. May I have some grace here?
Go ahead. I'm just laughing. I can't believe him.
Are you ready? Can I have grace? I'm asking first.
Go ahead.
I know the fuck you thought you ate with that bullshit. I know the fuck you thought you ate with that bullshit. However,
Now,
let me say this. I'm not,
now you,
I don't, listen, I am, if you are not in a relationship and you are not married, stay out of this lane here because I've already got the ring. You see that? I've already got it. I'm trying to give sound advice for individuals that if they want to aspire to that. So I know the fuck you thought you ate with that shit, but guess what? Regurgitate that shit back the fuck up. That
now,
means throw it up. Throw it in the trash because you didn't eat it.
no,
Thank you for
I'm
the
just saying you
graceful way.
married and you saying all this stuff like, oh, going on date, all
Thank you
that.
for
You
the
shouldn't be
graceful
saying
way.
all that if you're already married.
All right, let's go to the next person, you guys. Let's go to the next person. Let's start open panel with Hazel again.
Um, yeah, I didn't necessarily mean like the first date, like we're sitting across from each other and it's like, hey, give me that. But if we're kind of getting serious, we need to start getting to know who each other is, becoming, putting a picture together. And like I said, for me, it's big on when we have that talk because, they ask what you do and I tell them, what I do and so forth. And then for some reason, to be honest with you, a lot of women will just lie. Oh, my credit's straight. Oh, I'm cool. And then later on, you find out that it's like 400, 500. I'm thinking in my head, like, why did you lie when you didn't have to? Like, I could help you. I could have helped you. But now I always beware people who lie for no reason when they didn't have to lie. Right. So, and we've already put a chink in the armor and it just goes downhill from there. So yeah, that's what I meant. Like later on, not like the first date. Like, all right, pull it up on a cell phone. Show me
I
that
can
bike.
respect that. I can respect that. I see that. But I just wanted to make it right. Sometimes I'm that person, right? Specificity and clarity provides all of that information to you, right? So giving context does matter and the nuance does matter. So I just put that out there. I wasn't really harpering specifically in that context. Okay?
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
Okay, let me say this. Remember, my panel's about standing on business and freedom of speech. So please don't, hold back. You can say what you want on the panel, to your own discretion. But yeah, let's get the likes up, you guys. Let's tap the screen. Reality. If you could go through the prompt and then just call me Lonnie. Can go after reality.
Which one of y'all on in particular, or are you doing all of them right now?
We're doing all of them right now.
Okay. Number one, men don't feel appreciated. No, not really. Only a few people appreciate men. I think as a whole, if we're talking as a whole, no, we do not, for the most part. The good men are being overlooked. Yeah, that's as old as time. Good men always get overlooked. Women always think they can find better, even if they don't qualify for better. That's typical. Feminists are competing with men. They think they are. I mean, some of them really truly think they are, but honestly, most men who are on their square, they're in competition with themselves to just gather resources, whether it be money or whatever it is. So you don't really look at yourself as being in competition with another individual too much. There's too much out here to go get to be worried about who you're competing against. If you're in the business world, let me say that. If you're in sports, it's a different story because that's very few people can do that. So if you're in an industry like that where very few people can get there, that's one thing. But if you're just working, building your wealth, got a really nice job, something like that, I mean, you're just performing, not getting fired. You're not really competing with anybody else. The folks who think they're competing against somebody else are the ones who really don't achieve that much. Women pay for dates if you're not sleeping with him after. I see no problem with women paying for a date. Period. Whether you're sleeping with them or not after, if you really think you're trying to get in a relationship and be someone's equal, and it's a partnership, then act like an equal. Bring your checkbook out. Bring that Bring that MasterCard, that gold card out. Pay for something. Don't sit there and act like you're someone's equal and run your mouth like you're somebody's equal. But when the bill or the check comes, or giving any type of reciprocation in any way whatsoever, you come up shallow. You come up short. You know, make your mind up what you want to be. You want to be an equal, pull your money out. If you want to be the type of woman who's going to be taken care of, yada, 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 play that part then too. Real simple. I'm good.
Does anybody want to rebut him before I go to the next guest that disagrees?
I
I
said,
absolutely,
I agree.
when I hear men like reality talk, it lets me know how unsuccessful some of these men are, and I mean mentally. Because how would you sit up here and say, be prepared to pay for the dates? How would you tell a woman that you chose to take out? You asked her out. She didn't ask you out. But you gonna sit up here and say she needs to be prepared to pay for a date? Ladies, this is what's wrong with a lot of these broke ninjas. They are on here coddling to each other and pandering each other so that they all can come together on one accord to try and get women to think less of themselves, because there is so many men on this TikTok thing alone and outside that feel this way. You have to pay for a date that you were invited on. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. What kind of sense does that make? And this is coming from a married man, ladies. So that just goes to show you how he treated his wife, how he treats his wife. And I'm sure she's paid for many dates with him. I land.
Wow.
Well, you
Hold
have to give
on,
me grace to come back in
reality.
here.
I'm gonna let you respond, and then we're gonna go to Just. But Mika, let me say this. I don't think I said this all night. Mika, now that was groundbreaking. Go ahead, reality.
So let me just kind of address the fool and her foolishness real quick, easy like this. I said very simply, because she lacks context clues and listening skills. If you think you're a man's equal and whatnot, then yeah, bring out your checkbook. Okay. Here's the bottom line. My wife never paid for a date. My wife ain't ever pulled her checkbook to pay for anything. She don't pay for nothing now. She never has, because I take care of that. But my wife also don't act like you fools. She don't act like that. She don't act stupid. She don't act ignorant. She know we're not equals. I'm the man. She's the woman. She understands how the relationship works. See, she's a different quality of woman than what you guys are dealing with. You cannot sit here and call yourself a man's equal only when it benefits you. And that's what some of y'all do. Like this one, I just opened her mouth up. I've been married for 19 years now. Okay? We got a great thing going. When we were dating, she didn't pay for anything. I took care of that. But she also didn't act like a fool. She didn't open her mouth and start talking all this nonsense, this feministic nonsense of I'm your equal, I'm this, I'm that. No. She was searching for a husband who was going to take care of her. And that's what she got. And if she talked like you talk and act like you act and like how some of y'all act, she wouldn't be getting that. Some of y'all
Okay,
don't deserve
reality.
a
Wait,
man.
one
I'm
second.
gonna let me with this.
Reality, one
Deal
second.
with this.
Reality, hold on. You've been dropped by Money Pow Pow. Again, reality, you have been dropped by a Money Pow Pow. If anybody wants to save reality spot, I like that reality stands on business, meaning he's transparent. He doesn't let nothing hold him back. So I mean, if somebody want to save his spot, save his spot. I know he don't never save his own spot. I don't know why, but reality, you're welcome to save your spot. Let's go to Lonnie. Lonnie, you could go through the prompt.
Yeah, I hope everyone had a nice day. I guess men don't feel appreciated. And I guess, women can actively ask their man, how do you want me to show appreciation to you? But by the same token, I think the man can communicate how he wants appreciation to be shown. So I think it's a combination of both, right? Closed mouths don't get fed.
But again, I'm not putting the responsibility solely on the man. I definitely think a woman can ask, like, hey, how do you, for some men, it might be getting the sucks. For another man, it might be a home cooked meal. So I think that they both have a responsibility to make sure that they understand what appreciation looks like for him. And if he doesn't feel appreciated, then he should absolutely communicate that. Good men are not getting overlooked. I think one of the biggest issues on both sides is people think they're good, but they're not necessarily good. Just because you haven't cheated on a woman before doesn't mean you're a good man. It could very well just mean you didn't have access to cheat. So when men are using that as a standard, like, oh, I'm a good man, I've never cheated on a woman, I've never hit a woman. Okay, but are you good in a woman's eyes for marriage? Are you good in a woman's eyes for a relationship? So I think that a lot of men that are quote unquote being overlooked, they probably really aren't even good men. Even in other men's eyes, they're not seen as good men. I will acknowledge that the good women don't necessarily go for the good men. The good women unfortunately get tricked by the bad guys, but the good men also go for the bad woman. So you weren't overlooked. You were chasing the baddies, the Instagram baddies, instead of going for the girl in the library that wasn't like that would have appreciated you. You chased the wrong coochie. And now you're talking about you're being overlooked. No, you just went after the wrong woman. So I definitely don't think good men for relationships are being overlooked. Feminists are not competing with men. Like, sometimes I feel like people don't understand what the definition of feminism is. Like, sure, they're like radical feminists, but it's not a competition. You can't compete where you don't compare. Like, last time I checked, you motherfuckers can't give birth. So where's the when you can carry a baby and push that baby out, then come see me. On the flip side, I can't lift a couch. So I mean, there is no competition when it comes to feminists competing with men. That's ridiculous. Women pay for dates if you're not sleeping with. That to me is ridiculous. Like, I understand men want reciprocity, but you tell us that body count matters, so you can't honestly want the reciprocity to be her sleeping with you. You also say that you don't care about our money, so you can't want the reciprocity to be her paying for a date. So I think that men need to do a better job, like I said earlier, at communicating what reciprocity looks like for them. Is it her maybe baking you a pie one day, like surprising you with the pie? Something like that, right? Maybe getting you if you say you're in anime, she might get you like a small little anime ramen noodles bowl, right? Like my sister got me a One Piece bowl. But it's not paying for dates. If a guy wants you to pay for a date, he probably doesn't fuck with you. On the flip side, if a woman's not willing to pay for like the third, fourth, or fifth date, she probably don't fuck with you either. And I'll land there.
All right. Anybody disagree and want to rebut her before I go to the next guest?
Another point, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
I know Reality's not up here, but he said that partners, if you want to be partners, you should pay for dates. But partners can bring different things to the table. So we can be equal partners, but we're bringing different things to the table. You are bringing the money for dates. She could be bringing something else. So just because you're partners doesn't mean that you guys are bringing the same exact thing to the table. Men are not attracted to men. So if you're attracted to a woman, it's not going to be her bringing her wallet to the table.
And she makes a very valid point.
Well, Foxy, 1 second. Anybody that wants to rebut and disagree? Anybody?
I'll just say this. I think you all misinterpreted what Realty's saying. I think he's saying that a lot of women go out of their way to remind you every second of the day they're equal, they're equal, they're equal, they're equal. So he's saying, all right, when we sit down to somewhere to prove you're equal.
Wait, you coming to speak for Reality? Let him speak for himself. Send a swan to save his spot. I asked you if you wanted to rebut.
Agree or disagree.
I asked you to rebut her, not to speak for Reality.
Okay, I'll rebut her.
Reality is here. He can save his spot. Hold on.
I don't really have a direct rebut for her. She was
all right.
some stuff.
Exactly
Right.
like I thought. Exactly.
Cut me off.
Hazel, you don't have a rebut for her. Let me move on. You could get reality back up here by just sending a smile and let him speak for himself. Philly, you could go through the prompt and then we'll start open panel.
Thank you. Men don't feel appreciated. I think that you're not gonna feel appreciated if you're dating the wrong people. It's not too hard to understand. Pick better people, men especially, obviously. Pick better women. You'll be appreciated if you're choosing the right people because then they know what things, attributes, skills that you're bringing to the table, and then they can love on those things. Good men are being overlooked. Yeah, I completely disagree with this. I don't think good men are being overlooked. Um, I think that good men are finding their good women, and the people who think that they're good, maybe you're just not that good, or you're good. Maybe you're good, and you're with someone that's not going to appreciate you, so you're not good to them. Um, Men choose better women. It's not that complicated. Feminists are competing with men. This is a weird question to me. A man and a woman could be a feminist, but I don't think anyone's competing with anyone. I think people are just living their lives, and sometimes it looks like competition, but guess what? Sometimes I just exist, you just exist, and they look like they're competing with each other. It's not really that complicated. It's not that deep. Women pay for dates if
Hold
you're
on, let me
not.
clear something up. Yeah, feminists can be male or female, but the thing is, you can still say the male feminists are competing with other men, so it still applies. But you can go to the next.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, it still stands, right? I don't think anyone's really competing with anyone per se. I think people are just living their lives, and it looks like competition. Um, yeah, women pay for dates if you're not sleeping with him after. I think that women should pay for all their dates. Um, I think that this sets up a dynamic where this other person that you're with is not coming to you expecting things. What you often see is that, um, if a man pays, he's like, "Oh, you're not giving it up." Well, now you're like, "Oh man, this man's crazy." Well, you set up a paradigm where you look like a p word. Um, I, just pay for your own food. If you like him, if you guys vibe each other, cool. You tell him what you need in that relationship, and you keep it pushing. Um, if you're more traditional, then sure, obviously don't pay for the date because that's not what traditional people do. But I think that you're asking for trouble when you have a man pick you up, when you let him pay for your date. I think that you're setting up a dynamic that doesn't always work out for women. That mostly doesn't work out for women. It mostly works out for men. So if you want it to work out for you, I'd say try something different. Melanie.
That's not true at all.
I disagree with that.
If a man likes a woman, he not only is he going to pay for dates, he's going to do so happily. A man with that can afford it and that thinks the woman is worth it, he's going to be just fine paying for dates and not expect smecks at the end of the date. Like if he just sees you as, a piece of pie, sure. But like if a man is actually actively looking for a woman to be in a relationship with and he believes that woman is potential relationship, he's going to pay for the dates. Like I don't this idea that women should just pay for dates, that's not going to change
I think
anything.
Elijah, I think the problem is that you're
Hold on, were
comparing.
you landed? Were
I'm
you
sorry, you're talking to
landed?
Philly or me?
You were the one talking. Were you landed?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, please go ahead and land your plane, and then we're gonna go to the next new guest.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, this idea that women paying for dates is going to change anything. Like, I once paid for my portion of the meal when the guy went to the bathroom. And when he found out, he gave me the money back. He was like, "No, why did you do that?" Like when a man fucks with you, excuse my language. I don't know if you're allowed to curse here. He doesn't want you paying for a date. Some men are even offended when a woman pays for the meal. So I don't think that that's the best advice to give to a woman, to start paying for meals because he might think that you think he's not capable. So I think you need to learn the man first before you offer to pay for your meals.
So to reiterate,
Wait, hold on, you guys. I don't know what's going on. I want everyone to get in, Foxy. I don't want to feel like I'm not letting you talk, but I just said after her I was gonna go to the next new guest.
not a problem. Go ahead. This is your house, though.
Okay, so we'll get to you in open panel. Miss Lauren, we're waiting for you to share the live out.
We're live out.
Okay, the mod's been adding you over and over. Please go to the comments, they will help you. Ola, go ahead and answer the prompt. Ola, we're gonna move on to open panel if you're not ready. All right. Go ahead, go through the prompt.
Said men don't, hold on. Okay, men don't feel appreciated, and the good men are being overlooked. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they have been overlooked, you know. Many people, and why that is happening is because people don't know what they're looking for, you know. They don't know what they're looking for. You see that man in front of you, but then you're looking for the wrong thing. Why everything you ever needed is standing in front of you? It's sad, you know. It's like, it's like people have eyes, but I'm not insulting, I'm just saying. Sometimes we have eyes, but we cannot see. People don't, when you look at somebody speaking, hey, you're sizing people up based on their shoe, their belt, their clothes. You are not looking at the value. You are not listening to the word that the person is speaking and challenge their brain. Sometimes it's not even about the physical money they have at hand. Sometimes they might have everything it takes, you know? But then people just want that cash. They want it so quickly. They neglect the value, the respect, you know, what is gonna protect them, they don't look at it. But then once the man that is putting on a Gucci, Versace shoe is there, they quickly jump on the wagon. And then a few months later, a few years later, they say, like, oh, he's not responsible. Well, you went to pick what you want, and you that is what you're looking for, and you get it. Somebody like me, I know I'm not looking for that money in the beginning. I'm looking for the value. Somebody that is going to respect me. Somebody that is going to carry me the way I carried myself. So, and then I was hearing about this date of a thing. I think people need to grow up from that, going for a date. At least try, and I keep saying, as a woman, if you're not resourceful, don't complain if they treat you some kind of way. You have to be resourceful. You need to be resourceful. You need to have what it takes to be that woman. So let's say, for example, I'm just making an example. Somebody is taking me for a date. Of course, I'm going to have a black card. So before you bring your card, I'm throwing my card to know that, I'm not just a wishy-washy girl. You see, that is class. But when you are looking for somebody that is going to do everything, oh, yes, they're going to ask for everything too, because you are also requesting for something. And since you guys are doing this, like people are doing business, they're not being real. So the two can play the game. But for somebody like me, no, I'm not going to play that game, because I have to look at what I'm saying. So people are not looking at the value. You went for an irresponsible person, and all of a sudden, you want that person to be responsible. So feminism are competing with men. No, feminism is actually destroying women, and it's not letting them see that they are fighting against the same thing that is going to protect them. Everything they are fighting for is not even making sense, because when you fight against all these things, you're fighting against all these things, fighting against the same man that you want them to come and protect you. So it's not making no sense to me. You're fighting against equality. You're fighting against every goddamn thing. You want to win an argument. You want to fight this man for something that you can just sit down and have a conversation. At the end of the day, you're not going to take a trophy, but then they want to fight. Tomorrow, they are not happy. Next tomorrow, they are not happy. they think happiness lie in between that man. No, if you're not happy, you're not happy. It's you thing. Women pay for dates if, of course, when you are going, if there's anybody, or even as a girlfriend, if we are going out, always you should, you must have plan B. How will you go out with plan A as a woman being? So you're not planning for the time that there will be raining. You're not planning. How are you living your life on one way, whereby so you don't leave your mind with what if this thing I'm planning it's not work. That's how people get disappointed and they get messed up. When you're not planning for what if this thing don't work out the way I'm planning it. You must always have plan B. So if you're a human being that don't have plan B, you're not even a woman, because woman have to, we are very resourceful. Like 1 minute we have, even if the solution is stupid, we should not be out of option. So you see, so as a woman, be resourceful, grow yourself before you want to have a serious, because at this time now, men are not playing. If you are not resourceful, if you're not going to add any value to my life as a man, why do you think I'm gonna want you in my life in the first place? So they are not doing, now they are waking up. They are not doing like seeing you and say, oh, I just want that booty. Yeah, they love the booty, they just wave. They don't want to move closer, because if you are not resourceful, there's no way I want to sow my seed inside of you, because guess what?
Okay,
Part of
Ola.
you. Hold on, let me land. I'm not insulting, I'm saying my opinion. And I don't say you should agree with me. I mean, part of you, your DNA is good. If I sow my seed inside of you, if you're lazy, my child is gonna be, he might be lazy too. And if a woman is lazy, you're not even supposed to donate nothing to them. Let them continue to be single and enjoy their life. So you see, I mean, everything. I think women are just, they're just living in Lulu world. So nobody is doing them. They're doing themselves, and we continue to pray for them. That's the only thing we can offer at this point. I
All
learned.
right. All right. Before I go to the next new guest, Indy, share the live out, but the mods are adding you in the comments. Ola, okay. Anybody want to rebut that disagrees with Ola before I go to the next new guest? Going once, going twice. Anybody want to rebut and disagree with Ola? Going once, going twice, going 3 times.
I honestly want to. I think it was Phil. Is that okay? Because Ola said so much, I can't even remember all the stuff she said.
Okay. No, I just wanted to know if somebody wanted to respond to Ola.
Okay.
If not, Indy, I'm waiting for you to share the live. You'll be next after you share the live. It's open panel starting with Foxy.
So let me see again. And I really want to address this to Just, the one down at the bottom. I don't see your full name, so I'm just going to start with Just. I would say mitigating your risk. Yes, if a man likes you and all that, yes, I agree with that premise. However, what I will say, and this is what I said earlier, be prepared to have your own cash in your pocket for your date should you have to bail out. And it doesn't even have to be for that comment. Maybe he said something else that just irked your spirit, right? And it wasn't aligned with your values, right? In that you are able to walk away, right? And nobody is held accountable, right? Yes, I get the chivalry part of all of that, and I do understand. Again, my premise is that never put yourself, if we're going to talk about empowerment, right? Empowerment of yourselves as women, be prepared to have your own funds on the date that you're on, just because you never know what can happen. I mean, that was one of the very first lessons that my dad taught me. One of the very first lessons. Never put yourself in a situation that you can't have an exit strategy on. And if that means having your own, card for the date, then do that. Regardless of what the comment is, whether he's asking for smecks, or again, if he said so many nice things on the conversation while y'all were on the phone, and then all of a sudden a switch is flipped, and now he's talking some craziness. Be prepared. right? Thus, you have mitigated your own risk and have prepared your own exit strategy. Again, it's for me, it's very basic.
Panel's open.
Yes, I do agree with Foxy with that. But feel by saying a woman that you invited on a date, she needs to pay because it could come off like she's a prostitute. I think like that was wild to say something like that because you guys in this day and age act like dating is something very new. People been dating for many, many years. And nobody ever thought of a woman that you wanted to take out to get to know and spend time with. You should think of her in that light. That is just a normal thing to do. So I think that I that's why I do believe a lot of y'all, and I think a lot of women are saying it's like y'all are really broke. And that's y'all real issue. So y'all want to project and call women all these names and try to push all this stuff off on women to be something different than what's the norm. Now, if you can't date, then get a job. That's and if your job that you have right now is not affording you to date, then get a second one. I know that's something crazy for some of you guys to do, but people been working two jobs before. It's not going to kill you. You're not going to end up in a coma if you end up working two jobs. Well, I'm sorry, unalive. I'm sorry, but yeah, like that's crazy to say. Eileen.
I think it's extremely ironic someone calling someone broke when they're advocating for not paying for things. That makes no sense, right? This is I can't. Thank you. Um, like I said, just because we used to do something in the past and that was a norm then doesn't mean it's the norm now. Times change, the culture change, the view on things change. That's how the world works. And what we see, okay, this is not my perception of it. What we see is that men are saying, "Hey, I just paid for this date. I want some coochie." That's what they're saying, okay? I am saying, "Hey, here's how you mitigate this thing, okay? I owe you nothing, right?" All of a sudden, you have the man pick you up. Look, I'm not saying these things aren't romantic, cute, it's your interest. I'm not saying you shouldn't have these things. What I'm saying is understand the other side. Understand what may come from it. That is what I am saying, okay? You do you. You date who you want to date. You figure out what you want, and if look, great. If paying for if you think money is gonna buy you or make you fall in love or blah blah blah, great. I don't put any value on money. Money has no value to me. Okay, it does for you guys. I don't have that. I think that when you set up, and I'll land here, when you set up this date and you're paying for your own food, you're driving your own car, it sets the expectation that, hey, I am not coming back to your place automatically. I don't need you to finance my whole life or set up an idea in your head that somehow I owe you something. That is what I am trying to mitigate because I hear it from women all the time.
So going on a date.
Hold on, Kat.
Okay.
Let's get the new guest in. Indy, you could go ahead and answer the prompt.
Okay, thank you. Don't men feel appreciated? I guess not from the responses I'm hearing. The good men are being overlooked. I don't believe that. I don't think they're being overlooked. I think they're just picking the wrong people, and then they're blaming every woman because of their poor choices. Are feminists competing with men? No, I think that men are competing with women. And should women pay for dates if they're not going to stay late? No, not at all. It's You're paying for access to the woman, and you're proving that you're going to invest in her. So if you're not willing to do that from the offset, then clearly you're wasting her time.
Okay. Anybody disagree and want to rebut Indy? Anybody
I
disagree?
disagree. I disagree
Um,
with what she said.
Ola, you can go ahead, but Indy, share the live out to 20 people.
Yeah, I
Go ahead,
disagree with
Ola.
what she said. What she said. I mean, look at it. I mean, when you look at it, I don't know how you are seeing it. Sometimes, I think loud in my head. Maybe I'm not thinking very well, which I know I am. But to some people, I might not be thinking. I'm thinking crazy. When we tell you that when you go out, you guys kept saying, "Oh, this thing is we are partnership." You started by saying you are partnership, even though the man will tell you, "No, let me just, at least give me a break to go front a little bit." Now we are partnership, and then they want to be partner from on start. Then you have a problem with it. I don't understand. They want to start the partner quickly. Since it's what you want, now they agree to it. From on start, the first day, they are starting the partnership. If we are going for date, come with your money. I'm coming with my money. That's what you guys want. I'm telling you, everything you guys are wanting. I mean, it's like this thing is opposite. It's opposite. It's fighting against you. I don't know how you are not seeing it. You want partner, now you get a partner. I want a leader. I get the leader. You see? But you guys say, no, we are equal. If you're equal, you go to a date, you come with everybody, come with their money. How about that? So, I don't
Okay.
Yep, that is
Okay.
true.
Okay. Hold on. Hold
Thank you,
on.
ladies.
Bobby, 1 second. Indy, I'm sure you heard her. If you want to be equal, you can go pay your half. Did you want to respond to her? And then we're going to go to the next new guest.
Yeah, I would say that men only invest and give money to people who they care about. So if a guy isn't going to do that from the offset and pay for the date, then that shows me what his priorities are. And that I'm not one of them. So clearly he's wasting my time if he's not going to invest in me.
Okay, we're going to go to the next new guest. Bobby, you could go ahead and answer the prompt.
Thank you. And yeah, I mean, men don't feel appreciated. Um, I mean, men can feel how they want. I would think that it's not about feelings. It's just about whether or not men are respected. And no, uh, I think now it's like a lot of women feel like they're just tolerating men. The good men are being overlooked. I don't really think women are even looking for a man. They're looking for like some type of superhero at this point. Feminists are competing with men. I mean, women enjoy money, so they want to have a whole bunch of money, and in order to do that, you need to be productive, just like a man. So, women pay for dates if you're not sleeping with him after. Yeah, I never understood why women don't want to pay for dates. I mean, y'all make enough money now to do so, and I mean, like when men were making more money than women, and women weren't making any money, and a man would be with her, even if she worked at McDonald's or fast food or a waitress, men never said, "I'm settling." They was just like, "Yo, we in a relationship, we getting married, we gonna have some kids." Now, women who make a whole bunch of money, they just want a man to make a whole bunch of money. So I'm like, why can't y'all just break bread instead of getting a whole bunch of money? And I just don't see anything really being productive, positive for society. Just having a whole bunch of money and just buying materialistic stuff. So, but yeah, that's my answer.
So I have a
Okay,
comment.
hold on one second. We're gonna start open panel. Let me give this announcement. We don't have, we're not getting to the light goals, and I don't see enough people helping tap. It's really the same people tapping here and there. So if we can get the likes up, you guys, we should be way past 100K by now. So let's tap the screen. Let's at least get it to 100K within the next 10 minutes. Otherwise, it's going to a sub-only chat. We're going to allow someone to respond to Bobby that disagrees, and then it's open panel. Anybody want to rebut him that disagree?
Yes, I disagree with when he was talking about men never talk about settling when it comes to women depending on what job they have. It's because men require the same thing out of every woman. Cook, clean, smacks, cook, clean, smacks, raise the kids. So I mean, you don't need to have the best job to be the woman to do the things that all men require. Y'all require the same thing. So with women, that they require something that depending on your job, it can be provided to them, which is a stable lifestyle, which requires you to be able to afford that. So a woman looking for a man that makes more money than you make, then yeah, she will be settling if she sticks with you and not go with the other man that makes more money if she wants a better lifestyle. Now, she decides to do that because she's like your character or the way you treat her and things of that sort, and you a better man in that aspect, then yeah, you should build on your character and things like that if you're not going to make sure you can provide her in other ways. But overall, women look for different things in a relationship than men. So it's really hard for a man to settle in a relationship. Y'all require the same thing out of all women. So yeah. And it's not a financial thing. It's a chore. It's like doing chores.
But I mean, can you argue the same with women? Women want men with a whole bunch of money. So
Right. So
Wait, don't
therefore,
answer
if
his question. First of all, you know that, Cat, and then secondly, if he's not really asking a question to be platform, I'm gonna allow him to land and finish. So everyone, please say that they land their plane.
by playing, but I was just having the discussion because
Okay,
it's
if you want to ask a question, it has to be platform. But go ahead and finish what you were saying.
no. I mean, women. I mean, everybody knows. I mean, especially in the West, like women, all they want is a whole bunch of money. I mean, it's not hard to figure out. It's like a duh. What are we doing?
Okay. Um. Okay. It looks like Melissa's saving her spot.
May I?
Also, Melissa, you could come back up, send your request back up, and because you're already up here earlier, you can just join the open panel. And remember, you guys, if you want to ask a question, your question, the way we do questions here is it get platformed, meaning we'll ask the whole panel, we'll ask maybe the comment section, however you want it, or we'll ask one person. All questions must be platformed. So send the Cash App to support the platform with $5, and then your question will get platformed. Let's start open panel with Hazel.
All right. So, I mean, I hear what everyone's saying. I just got an issue with the access word. I think Indy said you're paying for access to the woman. I mean, words matter, right? If again, like I said, I got a 3 phone call minimum anyway. We're spending some quality time on the phone before I ask you to go anywhere. But if I do, you're also getting something out the deal too. You get to sit and talk with me, right? So when you go into it thinking you're paying for access to someone, yeah, that's just not going to work because it's like, you're my favorite celebrity. Like, so the access word is my only issue. I see both ways because, like I said, women say equal, 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 equal. Then it's time to be equal with certain things. I mean, I was on a panel earlier where a woman was arguing they could fight off a burglar better than a man. And she went into the specifics of why, right? That's how equal it is. But you say, okay, you got your bill. Oh, I can't do this. How could you do this? Blah, blah, blah. So I just think that you're not really paying for access for someone. A date should be fun, easygoing, free flowing. It's not a job interview where I have access to you. You have access to me, actually. We have access to each other. So that's it. I'll land.
Are we doing open panel host?
Panel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say, because I've been listening for a while, the whole thing with this thing about the paying on the date, the majority of men ask women on dates. They approach these women, they ask for her number, she decides to give it to him, and they go out on a date, right? He asks her when would she like to go on a date. I want to understand why in that scenario, when he approached her, he could have left her alone. Why does she have to pay for the date that he invited her on? And also, and again, I guess I shouldn't be asking questions, my apology, but my whole thing is, if he invited her on the date, she doesn't have to pay for the date that he invited her on because he invited her on it. Also, going on a date does not equate getting coochie. If you want coochie, you go hire an ass worker. I don't know what entitlement men have that they think that because they pay for a little date, therefore now you deserve her body. Are you crazy? And when you hear a lot of women, that back up this mentality, the whole pick me mentality that they have, it's just
Say something real quick.
sure.
No. It's not sure. Let's let you land, and then he can respond once you're landed.
Okay. I was saying the whole pick me mentality where you have women that back up this mentality that makes literal no sense. Like if you're gonna invite someone on a date, you pay for the date. She doesn't have to pay for it. And please don't think a date equates to a body. Hire an ass worker. I land.
Yeah, I think it's extremely funny that like women are saying, "Oh, Melissa, you need to mute. You have an echo or something." I think it's funny that women are saying, "Oh, it's whoever invites should pay for the date." Women don't invite men on dates, okay? They don't. So you can't set up a system where only one person does it and then be like, "Oh, that person who does the inviting should pay." Well, maybe the women could invite more. And the other problem is that do you not want to be there? Because if you don't want to be there, then you shouldn't be on a date. And if you do want to be there, Melissa, you gotta mute.
Someone
If you
is
do,
unmuting.
if you do want to,
Just slide up and slide down. It should fix it. But just stay muted until it's your turn.
yeah, if you want to be on the date, then you should have no problem with paying for your food or paying for his food, right? Because all you're saying is that you don't matter, I matter only, right? So now you're trying to put yourself above the other person. That's why they should be paying for your food because you are the ruler of all this. Like it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It should be a give and take.
First step
Just like
is security.
just like everything else in this world, right? It's a give and take. If you want that person's time and energy, you should put in some skin in the game, just like they should be putting some skin in the game. Now land.
I respond to that, host?
Say something to you before you
You
respond.
guys don't ask me if you can respond. Just go
So the
ahead.
thing is this.
Hold
Yeah.
on. Let me clear this up. Because half of the time I'm not going to respond. I'm multitasking. So please, just go. It's open panel. So whoever talks first, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Whoever talks first goes first. Also, we're not tapping enough. Let's get it to 100K. I had told Bobby after he's done he could respond. So Bobby, go ahead, and then it's open panel.
Yeah, I'd like to just say real quick to the lady that sat up here and told me that men only want one, like they want something that all women can supply, like nurture, cook, clean, and stuff like that. Well, doesn't that just mean that a man that makes a whole lot of money, since a whole lot of men cannot make a whole lot of money, only a few can make a whole lot of money, doesn't that just stand by the fact that the man is the prize if he has a whole lot of money? So you're just proving my point further about the whole settling.
So I wanted to say, when it comes to you speaking about, oh, if you didn't want to be on a date, then then you shouldn't have been there. Therefore, you should pay for your date or his. It's just complete ludicrous. Okay, if you approached me, I am giving you the. It's kind of like you should be glad I'm even willing to take time out of my day to go and sit with you and get to know you. You want to get to know me. It's not the other way around always. Like if someone approaches me, I don't know them. Clearly they saw me and they approached me, asked for my number. They want to get to know me. It doesn't mean because he approached me and I even said, sure, okay, cool, whatever. That means I have the same interest that he does. No, I am the prize because you approached me. I didn't approach you. You're asking me to take time out of my day to get to know you so you can get to know me. So at that point, especially with the first date, what makes you think I will pay? And that does not mean a woman shouldn't have her own money or come with money regardless, but pay for the date. You must be out of your mind. Like, it just makes no sense. I mean, do you guys discuss paying this date? Do these people discuss this paying this date before the date, during the date, after the date? Like, this is complete ludicrous. Men want to be prized so bad, and it's just not going to happen. Women, the thing is, women don't care as much. At the end of the day, if we had to go like head to head and say, hey, you know what? Okay, cool. You stay in your corner, I stay in my corner. Men will be the first to cry and come begging. Like, you're not going to win this. I land.
I agree, and because a lot of these men are actually looking for men. That's really who they want. They want to be treated the way they feel women are being treated, and they want to turn a woman masculine, but then they want to cry that they actually are dating a masculine woman. It's simply because you are a feminine man. If you have to cry that a woman is masculine, it's because you took up the feminine space and she couldn't be that because you crying all the time. You asking her to pay for dates. You asking her to go 50-50. You want her to pick you up from work. You asking her to clean your car. You asking her to do all this type of manly stuff. You want her to open the door for you, run to the door to open it before you get there. Like, you're so feminine that she had no choice but to be masculine around you. That's why those type of men, whenever they cry about that, ladies run, because that's what they're going to turn you into, a masculine woman, because
Have you
they're
ever
feminine.
heard? Have you ever heard of the Passport
You
Bros?
know what?
Wait, hold
You know
on. You got a
what?
cash out for question.
You know what? My thing is this. And again, I will use what I mean. Women, all this feminism, this thing. I'm gonna use your talking point to answer you again. You guys want equality so badly, right? I don't know when they announced said, okay, we agree with you. Let's be equal. Then there is a problem. So they want to be feminism now. See, I think what happened is when they said men and women, I think many women don't know what they want at this point because think about it. We are equal. There's nothing special about you. Then this person, even though there's a lot of things that you're saying that me I don't agree with, because for me, I just want to be that lead. Just lead me. I'm gonna be behind. I just want to enjoy that space of being at the back. Don't really want to know what is going on. That is the life I want to live. But you want to know what is going on. Now you are knowing you are actually prognosing and putting your nose into what is going on. Then you have a problem. I don't know. It's like you guys don't know what I keep saying. Everything you guys are fighting for is against you. None of it is working for you. Then you are lost.
I will say this, okay? When you're speaking about that, oh, women want equality, so why is it that they don't want to pay on the date? The whole scenario has nothing to do with equality. Somebody approached the other person. They invited them out to come. They proposed something to them, which is to come and get to know me, right, on the date.
But don't
No, no,
forget,
no, hold on,
you
hold on,
guys
hold on. They
said,
proposed something to them. This has nothing to do with equality. You came over to me and proposed to me to go out with you, to get to know you. So therefore, the whole thing falls on you. You came to me. You could have left me alone. This has nothing to do with
oh, you could have
equality.
said, sorry, I'm not going. It's easy. This thing
Me
is,
say,
you
no, no,
guys
no, hold
started.
on. Me saying yes does not mean that I agree. Me saying yes does not mean I agree that I have the same interest
I
as
get
you
it.
have in me. No, hold
Now
on. It doesn't mean that. So me saying yes is me saying, okay, I accept your proposal that you want to get to know me, and on whichever date I will show up. You will cover the date and you will cover everything regarding the date because
I
you
get it.
invited me to it. This has
Yeah,
nothing to do with equality. When
I
you
get it.
approach me, the only time it will be equal is if I approached you, we approach each other at the same time, perhaps. But if you walked up to me while I was shopping, minding my business, it's not, there's no equality in that because you're interested in me.
Yes,
And
it's
I'm giving
interesting.
you the
But
chance.
don't forget, you
I
guys said
want to
it's
say
partnership.
something.
When something is
This has nothing to
partnership,
do with partnership.
based on your this. See, one thing is this spinning around. This double standard. I don't understand. When a man approaches you from on start, you guys have this family like, oh, we are partnership. So when it come to you, when I price something, I don't want it. I said no, but you agree is a partner thing. I'm
Who said
basing.
it's partnership?
That's
Whoever
what you
said
guys.
it's a partnership.
No, you guys said marriage is the part. I see everything. My answer
This is
this
not
night.
about marriage.
I'm
This is
going.
about a man approaching
Yes,
you on a
even
date.
courtship, even introducing to each other. I see. My answer today is based on the way you guys think. For me, no, my thinking is so different. But the answer this night is based on the way you guys think. I want you to hear what I'm saying. How does this sound? How does it smell?
Um,
You smell crazy. I hear
This
you
is the
said,
thing.
oh, it's
This is the
crazy.
thing.
I answer you based on the rhetoric that
I
you guys
want.
I
are
think you don't
preaching.
even understand what you're talking about,
I
Ole, because
don't.
this has
I don't.
nothing to do.
I really,
This
I
has
don't.
nothing to do with partnership. This has nothing to do with even
So what
marriage.
is it?
This
What
is
is it?
somebody. Even if let's say this was between two women or between two men. If I come to you and I propose something to you, hey, I would like to start a certain business. Can we
Okay.
meet, let's say, on Friday and go out, to the specific location for an event meeting or whatever the case is. Whoever is hosting that event and you that invited me is the one who pays for the event, not
But
me. You invited
okay,
me to an
thank you.
event. This
Thank
has
you for
nothing
saying
to
that.
do with
But
marriage.
why is
This
it
is
that?
little.
But my thing now
Because
is,
this is the
when you
social
guys are
graces that
talking
Oh
about,
exist right now. This
Lord,
is how
This is
we do.
ridiculous.
I want to say
see, I think
something.
I think you just want the feminism to
No,
work
this has
when you
nothing to do
want
with
it to work.
feminists. You keep using
Okay,
that point
Ola.
when
Hey,
it's
Hold
not
okay,
on, hold
let
on. Let's
someone
related.
go
else
one at a
talk.
time. Hold
Ladies,
on,
let
hold
somebody
on,
else talk.
hold
I
on.
just
One
want
at
to
a
say
time.
two things.
Hold on. Melissa, go ahead and land your plane. It's open panel. Let's let everyone land their
Yeah.
plane.
Yeah, I was saying she keeps using that point about feminists. I don't know if you're picking or what the hell is going on, but you keep using that point about feminists and them wanting equality. Women wanting equality between the sexes has nothing to do with someone proposing you to go on a date to get to know them, and therefore them covering the event, which is the date, paying for the date. Those are two different things. So I don't know if it's just a misunderstanding. You don't understand what the actual words mean because I see English is not your first language, but you're getting it all completely confused. So you're confusing me
Exactly.
too.
It comes with
You're
insult again.
confused.
I
It
think
comes
And
with
I
what
land.
what
it
there's
comes with
I
insult
think what
again. And
Go
to me,
by.
there is a difference between
what is
disagreement and being
already
respectful. This
I
is the
think
problem.
what is already I think the misconception here is what we're talking about is that the social norms of how dating is here in America.
I think
I
maybe
am not,
Ola, let her
excuse me,
finish.
I
She's
am
already
talking
talking.
Ola. I did not ask you to interrupt me. Thank you. That is, we are talking about social graces. The social graces of normal of the American dating standard. This has been in existence for a long time. As a matter of fact, guess what? Men created this standard. And now they want to go back on it. These have been social graces for forever. It has been If you haven't taken an etiquette class, or you haven't participated in Jack and Jill, where you know the difference between the shrimp fork and the dinner fork, please start there somewhere. Start somewhere. Because this is what social graces are. And I think that there is somewhere along the line that these concepts and these of what the system is, no one taught that to anyone. Now, I'm not here to debate if we want to get into the debate of whether it's right or wrong or
Wait, hold on, Foxy. Hold on, Foxy. You could continue in a moment. Ola, you've been dropped by a money pow pow. Again, Ola, you have been dropped by a money pow pow. Looks like Ola sent a swan to get her spot back. Okay, you guys, if you drop someone, that person can save their spot. If you want to drop them again, you can. So it looks like we're going to bring Ola back up. If you want to drop her now, it has to be higher than a swan. Go ahead, Foxy.
I think there's a real serious misunderstanding and gaps of social graces. And when you don't have that understanding, because these things weren't taught or wasn't passed down, that is what the problem is. Or that's where I'm seeing somewhere of a problem. Again, women did not create these standards. Just like, guess what? Women did not create the standard on engagement rings where it's a quarter of your salary, an annual salary. Women did not create that standard. Men created that standard. If you don't like the standard that men set and now you're upset that women are demanding that, argue with your counterparts. Argue with your counterparts before come arguing with us or arguing with other women. Because that's who set the standards on dating. That is how, guess what? That was how men of wealth decided to what? Emasculate men without wealth. That's what it was. Understand that.
Okay.
So when we talk the dating concept has nothing to do with feminism. It has nothing to do with none of that. It is the dating social norms of the United States. And if you are not from the United States, then you don't speak that language. You speak it from your own cultural experience, and that is okay. But you don't get to dictate to American women what their standard is from social graces on what they were raised by. Stick within your own culture. I land.
Okay. So I'm gonna say this. To respond to you. So we are educated. See, you can be educated and don't be wise, and you can be wise and not be educated. You can be both and still don't have wisdom, because wisdom is the application of knowledge. Another thing is this: I keep saying, you get educated in 3 ways. Not only the former, that one that you go to school and you speak English. I didn't even go to school. I finished high school and that's where I stand, but then I have the informal and I have the non-formal, because experience is what reshape you. I'm not stupid. When you said it's not America, yeah, it's not America. I see how it's working. It's really working. It's working so very well. Whereby, yeah, they create it. But then they still have this battling of struggling. And then we see a woman, you see how smart they can be, the Americans, how they can be, how it smells. Listen, just listen to me. The men are not smart because we grow faster than them. But that man that is not smart was able to trick you to plant his seed inside of you. Very smart. Very smart. And then another thing is this. Yeah, we speak bala bala where I come from. We don't have sense. But then we have the moral. and the dignity and respect to know that, no, my body, my choice. I'm supposed to keep it. No, I'm not going to be radical. I know when to speak, how to speak with people. Yes, I know how to disagree without insulting people. Yeah, the American way, you have to insult because you have an argument. But again, what did I know? I don't know nothing. Again, being smart and being foolish, when you put it together, you can tell that for somebody like me, I keep telling you, I'm not a stupid person. When I throw back what you guys say, when I throw it back at
Okay,
you,
it's more than 2 minutes, so I'm gonna put a timer. Go ahead and
yes,
move on.
when I throw it at you, you smell it smells bad. That's why you guys are rebutting it. Everything I'm saying since morning is what you guys are saying. But guess what? Oh, you have to put it, you want to fight it and say, oh, it's American. I see how it's working. Yeah, the wisdom and and the moral is there. I can see it, and the respect, everything is there. You know what? Continue to live in the bubble and the Lulu world. You want to teach me
So,
moral.
listen, I don't live in a Delulu world.
Yeah, I'm
Listen,
telling you that, in where I come from, we don't really think,
Ola.
Wait,
we are
you
not smart.
landed, Ola. You landed.
you landed. Now, Poetic, here it goes. I don't live in a Delulu, darling. I live very well. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. What I was saying is that you are bringing your own cultural experiences from your culture, and you are trying to impose your cultural ideology on what our social graces are, how we were socialized over here. This is where we live. You live here. Now, while you are allowed to do that with the people in your culture, you do that with your culture. You don't get to tell American women how they should be dating because they are dealing with the social graces of the American social society. Now, if you can't comprehend that, now I'm about to get nasty. If you can't comprehend that, that shows that you've only passed high school. You're demonstrating that now. Now I'm being nasty.
Just to say, we're giving her a lot of grace, even when we're saying that this has to do with cultures. This literally has to do with common sense. The mere factor that somebody came to you and proposed something to you, irrespective of the gender or even irrespective of the purpose, even if it was a business meeting or a friend meeting, if I go to another girl and I invite her over to my house, am I going to say she must bring groceries that I'm going to use to cook the meals with? No. I invited you over to something. So I guess this has nothing even to do with culture. She's literally not getting it. But it's all really this male-centered, internalized misogyny that makes people behave like this, right? Because they want to be picked so badly. Oh, I want to be behind. I want them to lead me. Girl, lead yourself. Have a backbone. You can be a woman that is, you don't have to, hate men, but you don't have to kiss and literally kiss their feet. Like, where's the self-respect? This is literally the problem I'm having with this whole thing about you. Somebody came to you and asked you out on the date, but you want to say that it's feminist mindset because we don't want to pay on the date. If you invite me over to your house, do I have to bring the groceries for the lunch? Like, it makes no sense. This is all male-centered talking points that she's on. This has nothing to do with culture. And then she's talking about being insulted, but you try to insult American women directly by speaking about them getting pregnant by them, letting a man make her whatever pregnant. Like, you're weird, but it's pick-me-shit behavior. And a little bit stupid.
And it's also rooted in a lot of jealousy towards American women because of the freedoms that we do have that unfortunately is not given to you, that you try to live through our men and push agenda to them to treat us a certain kind of way because secretly deep down inside you dislike us because we have freedom, because we have the ability to date and move through the dating field, or we can also build on our own, and you don't like that because that's not the freedom you have over where you are. So your thing is not just pick me, it's also rooted in a lot of jealousy you have towards American Black women. And I've been telling you that for quite some time. That every time you come on this panel, you always want to tear down American Black women because you are jealous of American Black women. And you're also jealous of an educated woman because you always want to say that an educated American Black woman and wisdom, they don't have that. They're not wise. They're just educated and they think education is wisdom. No, we know the difference between wisdom and education, and we utilize it a lot.
Okay.
You know,
Hold
most of
on.
the
Hold on.
time.
Hold on. One
Let me
second.
say this. Let me
One
say this.
second. One second. If everyone can mute, 1775. You can go ahead and answer the prompt, and then we'll go back to open panel. Are you there?
The good men
1775.
are being overlooked. Feminists have beat men.
You can answer it one at a time, starting from the top. Men don't feel
Okay.
appreciated.
Men don't necessarily feel bad for themselves. They just want someone to feel good with them.
After you
Good men
answer
are
each
being
one,
overlooked
just go ahead and land your
because they're too busy working. Feminists are not competing with men. They beat us. And the last one is just flat out crazy to me. Nothing should be expected whenever you go out for dinner.
Okay. Did you want to land there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's open panel.
Let me say this to you. You know, I gotta go back. When you talked about equality, and you told this young lady on this panel that if she wants to be accepted, she needs to go 50-50. Ola, as a married woman, how could you ever put that out there to that young lady? That was disgusting, Ola. That was disgusting. And you know, I won't say that I'm on your. I try to be on your side, Ola, but I try to give you some grace. But I can't do that anymore, Ola. I can't do that because the things that you say, your thought process is so man-made, pun intended, that you can't even help a woman. You wouldn't ever help a woman, Ola, and you definitely wouldn't help a BLK woman. Ola, your hatred for us is so strong and so prudent, it's almost poisonous. And I really hope that you don't have any true friends, Ola. And I hate to say that because you're going to spew that venom onto them. And I hate to even think like that about you, Ola. But, you know, at this point, that's where I'm at with you, Ola. Because you get on here every day. You get on here every day and spew out this negativity. And you expect women to condone it. You expect us to clap for you, to applaud for you. We're not going to do that, Ola, because when you're wrong, you're wrong, and when you're right, you're right. And there's nothing wrong with liking men, loving men, care about men, all of that above. But at some point in time, Ola, you have to accept the fact that some men just aren't right. Some men will never be right, and some men can't do right. I land.
Don't understand. First of all, Nika, I never said nothing about 50-50. I don't know where you get that from. Again, I don't know why you guys are saying I'm hating you. Today, my answer is based on the way you guys speak. The way you speak about courtship outing, marriage. I'm throwing it back at you. And then you guys don't like it because it sounds so ugly. It sounds bad. It's not go, it's something that is not gonna put nothing together. You see, and then when they said, "Oh, it's America," you're talking based on America. See, let me tell you something. I went to South Bank University. Look it up. It's in UK. Look it up and see how much they pay. So when you talk about, it's because you're this, you're that. I mean, I think, when a child is born somewhere and they grow up that place, that is the only thing they see. They never see anything. For somebody like me, I've been out a long time, from 15 years old. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay, because of the accent. I get it. So, I mean, you have to ask me why the accent is like that. I will have explained to you. But guess what? I'm not going to do that. So, the thing is this. You still don't understand that the world, something is moving. You don't understand how the world, when you talk like this about women, let's flip it to the men. You have a daughter and you have a son. And you're training the women that it is okay to be a princess. You know what? You don't need to know nothing. You don't need anything to know. Just be a princess. And that's all. But then you give the training. We're on this platform. When G come here and speak about his mother, what that woman has done to this boy. You want somebody like that to snap. That guy there, he needs a lot of things. When something has been done to a young man, nobody talks for them. Nobody is fighting these people. Oh, she sent her herself. That is another person's child. So I have a son that is 18 years old. You think I'm going to wait and see all these things you guys are saying? You think I'm not going to be scared and said, wow, a guy that is going to become a doctor, if he come in life with people like the way you speak, he's going to destroy that guy. Because you kept saying me, myself, and I alone. There's nothing for that man. He should work and provide and do this and be intelligent and have everything. What are you going to do as a woman? Nothing. So, I mean, I get it. I mean, again, the upbringing is different, just like what the sister said. Me, my upbringing, I'm a total different breed. I can see the difference between something that is good and something that is bad. I know I cannot be selfish. I need to think about the other party. Men do have feelings. They have blood running in their head. We need to continue to train women to know their responsibility. You don't know nothing about being women. If I ask anybody here, even the lady that is speaking, what is a woman? What is a woman? If I ask you, you cannot even identify. You are married, but you don't even know what a woman is. For you to come and be supporting all this.
Cash app for asking somebody
No,
what
no,
is
no,
a
no, no,
woman.
no, no, no. See, this is where.
No, it's her
Can I,
turn.
can I, I want, can I say
Just make sure
something?
she landed. Okay, she landed. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to say something to you, Ola.
Well, hold
You
on.
know,
It was NY.
sorry, go ahead anyway.
It's open panel.
These are the days, right? Like when you hear people talk, right? And you are so insulting to women. I am a married woman. I have been happily married to a husband for 25 years. I've been actually married longer than you. And for the fact that you say that you've had to struggle at 15, that tells me something. I didn't have that. I didn't have to do that. So, no. You had your turn. You had your turn.
In the UK, from Africa,
Let her
he
finish.
struggled.
Ola,
Listen,
it's her turn.
That is struggle. I think I
and
like
listen,
it.
guess
It's
what?
NY's turn.
You went from all the way from the UK, from Africa to the UK to here. You still came here. So whatever I am living, darling, my American dream. I'm living it. Okay? I don't have my husband, right? Guess what? He doesn't have this issue about not feeling appreciated. Guess what? Good men not being overlooked? No, he's not overlooked because he's been found. Okay? He's been found. He's up there happy in his own man cave right now, watching football, doing some of the things that he likes to do for his own personal time, because that's what that man likes to do. And I honor that space and privacy for all that what he wants to do as well. So let me say this to you. You making this assumption that that BLK women don't know how to be women, I'm telling you right now, You got too many of those. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
You got too many of those, and I'm tired of hearing that out of your mouth. The very first time I interacted with you, I told you that same myth. I told you. I picked up on that the very first time I met you. And every time I see you, I'm gonna tell you now. It's on, and I'm gonna dog walk you every time.
Okay. Yeah, let me also add this, if I may.
Every time.
Yeah, if I may, if you clearly listen to what she was saying, I have a psychology background, and I like to let people talk because they will reveal what exactly is going on, right? She went on about how she has an 18-year-old son, and what about when he starts dating? A lot of this is that a lot of these women that some, not all, but some of in her example, in her situation, they have sons, then they have this hatred for women, sort of a weird jealousy for the fact that women are the prize, and now she wants her son to be the prize. So she's kind of airing her frustrations on us about how on the date why a woman not paying. That's just the way it is. Take your son back to any other country that maybe they will pay for him on dates. But if he's here or wherever the hell he is, that's how it works over here. Your issue is your hatred for the younger woman that will potentially date your son, that you don't want them to be the prize. You are hating in his behalf. Let him grow up. He might be a son that maybe wants a woman to be the prize. But you are those women that become those, what we always see with the bad mother-in-laws with sons, because you have this mentality where you're hating on younger women. Whatever you spoke of has nothing to do with either education nor wisdom.
You know what? It's not because my son. You know what? You know when you have something that is
It had
valuable.
nothing to, I'm not done. It literally had nothing to do with neither. No
I get
education,
it.
no
I get
hold on,
it.
hold on.
When
It had nothing to do, hold on. You brought it up because of insecurity. Nobody asked you about education, no wisdom. You felt the need to bring up BLK woman. Nobody asked you about it. You are airing your issues out. You literally revealed yourself. You have issues with the fact that you have a son and that he won't be the prize. That's the
I
issue
don't
you
have
have,
a,
number one.
I
Number two,
never have no.
you've got an issue that in the culture here,
I never have an issue with me having a son. I
you
love my.
have an issue here that
Can
the
you
culture. I'm
please?
not done.
You
You
said
already
something. Do you want me to respond
Melissa,
to you?
to be fair, you keep muting your mic, landing, pausing,
Oh
and then
no,
people think
I,
you're
I
done.
was getting a call, ma'am. No, sorry, I
Okay,
was
well,
getting a
she
call,
doesn't know that.
so it just kept cutting me through. So I just had to hang the call up. But yeah, I was saying that the thing that's so irritating is you're speaking in such a condescending manner. Oh, you said something that really triggered people. You're throwing something at them. Girl, you have issues, and your own issue literally is your jealousy for younger women that are maybe you were never the prize. Maybe you had to be a workhorse, and you have this jealousy for younger women that your son will potentially date, and they won't be the prize. You want him to be the prize. That's the issue. I land.
That's not the issue. You know what the issue is? The issue is, and yes, you are right about one thing. You know what we are out about? We are right about the fear. You know the fear that I'm fear? Why I'm afraid. I'm afraid of people that are gonna, because I'm not just a woman. I'm not just a mother. This mother, I'm just like my mother. A mother that will stand 10 toe, stand behind the husband to support. I can see some people when they are fighting, their husband is standing, they never show that man respect. They continue to fight. I see that every time, and they still respect that man. I see that. When I'm fighting, my husband said, "This thing, get there." Even he don't need to say nothing. I know I'm supposed to be quiet. You know, that's the respect we're talking about. I'm growing. See, this man is not just a man. He's a man that what he's going to eat for the rest of his life. What this man is going to be for the rest of his life. We've put it into places. This guy has something that we don't want somebody to come and said within 5 years you come, then you want to take what are you calling that money that you are getting 65 people. We've seen it every time, messing them up, and then they say they snap. I work many places, I see it. So the thing is, you can, and then for you saying, oh, I get it, you're struggling. See, the kind of what I have, I don't think you can ever have it. From the continent of Africa, You sending your children to England to go school. That's a flex. Not only a flex, then after that you went to Australia to do another thing. That's a flex right there. After that, then you come to America. It's a flex. And
Ola,
then
you've
you've
been
been to
dropped. Again,
oh
Ola, you have been dropped with a butterflies. Again, Ola, you have been dropped with a butterflies. Panel's open.
Those are the bad mother-in-laws women complain about.
Look, this right here is an example of why we have issues on a larger scale, right? And Poet, give me 2 seconds, right? I don't want to fully divert from this, but this is why we have an issue, right, with that community, right? Because they come here, some of them, not all of them, right? Let me make sure I'm very clear, right? And they want to be disrespectful to our customs, right? Right? Because we are Americans, right? And they want to tell us how we are not women. But half of them over there, right, are definitely with what? Have husbands that are here, but they don't come get them and they're still married over there with 5, 6, whatever, right? And then they want to tell us that we're not women. Or they want to tell us how we're supposed to act. Or how we are supposed to be. Let me say this. I've been around the world twice. Once because my parents, and then the second time because I had a job that had me around the world. I've been to England, Paris. I've been to these countries. Okay? So I'm just saying, the audacity, the gall by which you communicate your condemnation of BLK American women, built on the freedoms that we have provided, that we have struggled for, to come out of your mouth is insane to me and highly disrespectful. And I implore you to sit down and sit in the back of the church you may not be the church hoe, but you need to sit back there with the rest of them and be quiet.
And I do want to talk about mother-in-laws like Ola are the reason why most of their sons go through divorce. She would be a horrible mother-in-law to have to deal with because she tries so hard to live through through her son, and she's also upset that she raised what she believes is a good man, and she can't benefit off of it the way the woman that he choose would benefit off of it. So if her son doesn't see that quickly and really say, when I get married, me and my wife is who I deal with, and I depart myself from my family, Ola will send her son through divorce quickly. So she really needs to really focus in on her own marriage and stop trying to live through her kids. And most BLK men, mothers, especially if they have no husband or they unhappy in their own marriage, they opt to act just like Ola, and their sons always end up in divorce. Always. And it's because of their mothers. Alan.
Okay, so let me say this. As far as I know, Ola has 3 sons and 1 daughter, or 4 sons and 1 daughter. But she can come back up because you guys keep saying her son, but she has more than 1 son. But Ola, you could come up and defend yourself or expound. You could save your spot if you would like, because you were dropped by a butterfly. And you always say that the people in here are broke and can't keep you dropped. So the last couple of nights they've been keeping you dropped, Ola. I want to ask Hazel a question because he's been quiet. Hazel, are you there? So do you agree with what Ola has been saying, or do you agree with what Foxy was saying?
Um, it's tough. I think they both have a little bit of truth to them, honestly. Because like I said, as a man, you do hear so much from women. Equal, equal,
No,
equal.
no. So what do you hear from Ola that is true?
Well, with Ola, you hear, let's be a partner, let's be a partner, let's be a partner. And then the very second you sit down, it's like, do this, do that, do this, and then you'll get access to me. So right away, that doesn't sound like a partnership. So I get what she's saying on that, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm old fashioned. I pay for all dates and stuff like that. My woman in 2 years has never paid for a date or anything like that unless on my birthday she
You don't
insists.
have a woman. Stop it, Hazel.
Okay,
You
here we
guys,
go
I'm
with
gonna
this
end the live
nonsense.
on that lie. You guys, I'm getting kind of tired. You guys. I'm gonna drop everyone. Thanks for coming. It's been great. No,
Really?
you're a liar. Thanks everyone for calling. Please follow, subscribe as you're leaving. If the subscribe goal was not met, it's only $3 to subscribe or less. Matter of fact, it's $2.69 to subscribe. It's less than $3. Hazel, you should be subscribed. You come here every day. If you've been here more than once, definitely subscribe before I end the live. Or you can still subscribe, even if the live is ended. But subscribe during the live is even better. All mods should be subscribed. Kat, why are you not subscribed? You're regular. I'm going to start calling y'all names out. Please support the platform, you guys. Go ahead and subscribe. Also, go to YouTube and subscribe. Watch these lives later on YouTube. Watch other content later that I'll be doing soon on YouTube. Go over there and subscribe. I think I'm at 240 subscribers. The goal is to get to 300K this new week, starting, tomorrow, Sunday. So starting Sunday, my goal is to get to 300 subscribers on YouTube. So if you're not subscribed, go over there. It's the same as my TikTok name, Poetic Lady. So it's been a really good show. Very interesting. I tried to go a different direction with the prompt and kind of hear the men's perspective today. And it was definitely interesting. A lot of stuff were debunked. Oh, man. Y'all have a great night.